Hello. Oh, hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. I'm no. I'm never stuck. Hope you are doing good. Welcome. It's a Sunday. I like it, but I'm lazy. I know, I mean, usually it's not Sunday, usually it's Monday. But even today, when I wake up, I was like, feeling kind of lazy. You know, like the feeling of wanting to sleep more. But then I was like, nah, I don't think I want to sleep more. Even though, okay, even though it's not like, it's not 1 p.m., right? I didn't start at 1 p.m. this time. I'm slightly earlier, but still, I'm like, I really need to sort of try to get back into like the usual time starting at 12. Oh my god. Yeah, that's a huge problem, isn't it? But yeah, I'll still try my best to adjust the time back to like, because honestly I still want to start the stream at 12 p.m. I think that's the right time to start. So at least that's a plan currently, right? To sort of start at 12 p.m. instead of like 1 p.m. essentially. I mean, I've been starting at 1 for the longest time and it's kind of bad, not gonna lie, it's kind of bad. I don't think I like that. So I'll slowly adjust back to it. And today, it's a little bit of art. Right? It's a little bit of art. I want art. Okay, let me see if I think I opened up Huion. Okay, I opened up Huion. I'm not gonna show the screen yet. Hi, Forgetful. Oh my god, wait, I saved for 62 files? That might be a little bit too much. The file size is 570 megabytes. Oh, it's a little bit much. Oh yeah, we were trying to do fur. Well, fur to some extent. Oh hey, enjoy cursed kobold. it's the heckin', what do we call the .exe things again? There was a name for it. It's scary pasta? No. Creepy pasta. I think that, yeah, creepy pasta. Yeah, that's the thing. Enjoy creepy pasta, Tira. Kobold. Yeah. But I hope you're doing good. Welcome in. I'm doing this today. So last time we did until the fur, and I was thinking, since I didn't open up the reference. Oh my god. I know how to stream, I think. Okay, there. So what I'm thinking, I'm doing the fur. I feel like adding fur on hand like this is kind of not the best. At least it feels kind of weird. Oh. Hi, Onyx. I mean, it's close to the palm, I guess. Ow. I think looking from afar is fine. Ow. Maybe? I mean, Also, I'm glad because when I first opened up this model, I look at it for... Ow. I look at it for the first time at first glance, I don't hate it. So that's a heckin' plus, right? Ow. Selig Blacklorn, hi. Welcome. I'm a Shanak today. Remember that I said I like black plus purple color combination? Yeah. I see. Oh, here's a little bit of like. Hi Jameson, hi Down. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. I really like the hood design. I know, I like it too. Thank you. I was so happy designing the hood. Because at first I was like, ooh, you know what, I want to share something. Right? So what I want to do, what I want to share again? Oh yeah, before the hood, I designed this snake, right? I actually made the snake character like out of nothing. So far my character designs are like start from the model with no reference. Well, reference being like some real life animals that I want to base off on, that, and then based off that I create sort of my own character with it. I mean, it works surprisingly well. So you'll be surprised that all my characters, except for the first one, except for the cryptid, doesn't have a reference sheet, right? I don't have reference sheet at all. I made the characters out of nothing. So I was designing the snake, right? I was like, I like spikes. I add spikes to the hood. I like it, right? And then the hood. Oh, before the hood, that was the model. So model wise, I mean, I like spikes. I like spiky things. So kind of do a lot more on the teeth, make the teeth shine, right? That was the initial idea. It's like, okay, I like spiky things. And after I finish the model, in comes the texturing and all I call them coloring, right? Because I don't really do much texture, to be honest, right? I didn't add the scale texture to it. It's just coloring to me personally, right? I didn't do texture. So I was thinking of a color scheme, right? And then at the back of my mind I was like, ooh, I think I like, no, I like black and purple, right? Actually no, I thought of like, okay, I want purple, right? And I want something to contrast purple so much, contrast so much for the hypnosis thing. And that's also the first time I've discovered that I like hypnosis stuff, right? So I based off of that, I added the purple in. I was like, maybe purple is fitting for an accent instead of like the entire like skin color, right? So what, I'm flat. So I changed the color scheme to black and purple, and then that time I don't remember anything about Neuven, right? And then I was halfway through coloring, like almost the whole body, right? I was coloring halfway through, and then I forgot who it is that mentioned that, oh, are you doing Neuven? It's like, oh. And then I just realized, this is very Neuven color, like. This is a very Neuven-like color. And then I checked the Neuven color, and I was like, oh, that is actually very similar. Right? Let's see. Animation new tab. Oh my god, it's so small. Is there not a big one? Size large. Oh, why did I put it to large and then there's so many sus things? Is there no normal Neuven official picture that is large? Oh my god, be glad that I'm not showing this on screen. Everyone is shipping Noivern with Garchomp. What is this? What happened? Okay, so this is the official anime. There we go. We found it. That's a really nice picture. Okay. Here. Eerily similar. And I was like, what? Wait, I didn't mean for it to... I didn't mean for the color to be so similar to Noivern. And then there I was, coloring to my heart's content. It's like, okay. And then... and then once I finished it, it's like, oh. Oh, wow. I checked the color comparison, it's like, yep. But holy shit, I promise that I am not watching this. I'm not looking at this picture while I do the coloring, right? So yeah, even the purple underbelly, black skin scale, almost a very similar accent. I was like, yep, that, I was like, maybe I'm Noivern, but a snek. And then I like the color scheme. It's really fucking nice. And I like Noivern. Noivern's pretty hot, okay? Very snake sized or being flat. Is that now your favorite Pokemon? Yes. Honestly, most dragon type that I like, but Noivern really... Noivern is like... It's just something about Noivern that makes me really like Noivern, right? Noivern. Onvan, right? Very, very nice. I like Noivern, okay? Very close color comparison, I know. I think I still prefer the way you did it because your blue pops better. Yeah, I make the blue like that. It's because I want the blue to really shine, right? I want to make people like the first thing they look at the character at first glance. They look at this character, it's like, huh? Oh, wow, that pops. It's like, yep, that's my intention. And also, I did make it bloom for a little bit. Like, it glows. It actually glows if I really make it like... Right? Because I have like emission maps on them, so they can glow, and then if I do the hypnosis, it's going to look like, oh, it's on cooldown. Wait, I thought I'm the streamer. but yeah, it shines. It has emissive. That's why it kind of pops. I like it. Right? I like shiny things. Surprise, surprise! I'm a kobold. So yeah, it's an interesting line of events, right? When I was making the snake character, it's like when a random person comes into my chat, it's like, "Are you making Noivern?" It's like that made me wake up. It's like, wait, I am making a Noivern colored character, but that was unintentional. Maybe I just like the character. Maybe I just like the color combination so much that I just sort of subconsciously did a Noivern. Subconsciously did a Noivern. That I never thought that. I never thought I'll utter those sentences, but you never know. You know, stream is. You never know what's gonna happen. But yeah, that's the snake situation. Oh, drink. Hi, Jameson. I don't remember if I said that. I still have my hot tea. I'm like, I think I'm like 70% recovered now. Also, I realized that I don't know if it's because of my weak physical body situation, that because I have diabetes for next year marks the 20th year of me having diabetes. I don't know if it fucks with my physical body immunity or something like that. But recently I feel like when I get sick, it takes a long time for me to recover from it, like, entirely. You know what, I blame the diabetes for it. I remember actually that I used to use the color combo black, purple, and blue as well. Like, it's a good combo. It is such a good combo. If you want, like, honestly, purple is such an elegant color, right? It pairs so well with either black or even gold. Not yellow, gold, right? Black, purple, and gold is the elegance, right? The elegance. Black and gold is really good, right? Black, purple, and gold, if done well. Chef's kiss, right? Chef's kiss. Oh shit, I put too much hot water. Oh no, it hurts. So here, also I found a new cursor. Black and gold plus red have always had an Egyptian vibe to me. It kind of does. I mean, look here. Right, it kind of does, and I can see why as well. I mean, heck, BB is like, even the shell is, right? Black, gold, red, well, red tint, right? Shades of red, right? I like it. It's beautiful. Black and gold elegance plus a supporting color. It's always so good, right? Black gold plus a supporting color. You heard it here. Man, nothing can beat black gold, honestly. Like, holy. Just something about this is so... good. Anyway, I'm doing the fur, and also I got a new cursor. Oh yeah, speaking of cursor. Okay, one last thing I want to share. I have Wings of Fire cursor now. I'm currently using this one, Fire Winter. Look, so many Takam. I was like, I have custom cursor, why not use them, right? This is my previous one. I was using this one. It's nice, right? It's nice. But then Dragon now. I was like, yep, it's pretty good. I like it. Jacqueline, hi. You lost me a beautiful. Did I? Wow. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. And gold and blue are also pretty nice. It has to be like a darker shade of blue, right? Since gold kind of pops. And blue, if it's like a lighter blue, it kind of blends in together. Kind of, I think. At least in the back of my mind, I'm sort of imagining the colors together. A little bit. But oh my god, the dark blue and gold, ooh! Ooh! Yeah, exactly. Royal Ocean vibe. Yeah. I would say with the right supporting color, white and gold can sometimes look better than black and gold. With the right supporting color, white and gold. It really depends, I guess. Yeah, white and gold, it's so... I think it's really hard to find a really good supporting color for white and gold. It could work, but it needs a lot of try and error to see if it works or not, because I feel like without the right supporting color, white and gold most of the time is going to blend in together. Yeah, since white and gold is essentially bright on itself as well, so yeah, you really need a good supporting color. I'd rather take the easy way and just do black and gold most of the time. It's the granted elegance. Also, I'm looking at this. I want to say again. So I kind of want to remove these ones, maybe even these one, since I feel like I kind of add them and then they're like looking from afar. I guess they kind of work. Maybe I need to make that blend in together. Ooh. Ooh, I don't know. I'll do the easy ones first. Okay, so here, both hands on the shoulder. Shoulder over here has some, but as a 3D model, I kind of feel like I don't want to add that one. I feel like if I add fur here, it's going to be a little bit awkward. I cannot show this picture, but I can show the other one. This one's a little bit more blurry, but you guys can still see it. Yeah, like, it's this entire, what do you call them? Deltoid? Shoulder, right? Entire shoulder. I don't really learn muscles. Like, as a 3D quote unquote artist, I didn't learn muscles. Sacrilegious. Anyway, here I feel like if I add it, it's going to be a little bit awkward, so I'm not gonna add that. And down here, I really like this one. Right, so body doesn't really have any. I added tail, right? Oh no, I didn't. Did I? No, I did. Okay. I still need to fix the tail a little bit, or like add the things more. So yeah, I'm currently at the process of adding fur. I think I can add something like a C, or just like a very slightly point up. I'll just try adding them and see how it goes. Never try, never know. Only after trying, I'll know. Okay, let me see if I remember how to do this. So I believe Wo did mention that if I want to add a belly button, it should be a little bit lower. There's always the undo button. Yeah, or in this case I can just delete the whole mesh and try again, because it's only a fur, it's not too much trouble, honestly. So yeah. Never back down, never be afraid. Middle one is more chunky. I want them to bend to the left. Yeah, bend to the left. Hey, yo. I cannot see my cursor. Like, what is this? Oh, is that why people use the red color? I mean, I cannot do render preview. Is this Pokemon? Okay, it is. Ooh. You're getting hypnosis. Ooh. Give me a second. I'll mute myself for a bit. Okay, I'm back. I think it's more chunky at the start. Maybe? I'll keep it like this for now. I want to add 2 more and see how it looks like. Because if I add 1, it's not going to help. Oh, that but kind of makes sense, I guess. Huge dump truck. What can I say? Around here. What if we bend the other way? I kind of want an S. Yeah, I want an S turn for this one. So one here goes forward. Like a kind of a subtle S turn, I guess. I want the bottom part to stick together, but the top part a little bit further apart, I think. Something like this? And scale slightly bigger. Might be a little bit too long. Too drastic of a change? I'll keep this one. I don't know. Adding fur is a lot tougher than I thought. I think here. This? I want to try something. If I want to try something, safe. Oh, I think I see the problem. I mean, this looks okay, but the problem being that if this fur only appears on the front, but not the back, that's a problem, isn't it? And at the sides, maybe? Not in the middle, but I'll add here and also at the butt. Okay, let's try adding them now. Oh my god. Comic, hello. EP coming in to show love. Wow. Thank you, Comic. Also, look, I have new cursor. I can make the cursor big too. Oh my god, big taken. But it's probably gonna be hard to... It's probably gonna be hard to do things with this, even though I like it when dragons that big. But I think this is too small, and this is fine. What want to do again? Oh yeah, add the side and add to the side and add to the butt. This is going to be a bubble butt, I think. All right, let me duplicate more. This is a test, so I'm not too afraid of just fucking around. I just looked back at the stream and I love those flame detailing. They do kind of look like flames, don't they? That is what I thought, but then it's like I kind of like it, so that's why I'm like trying to add the fur quotation mark quotation mark fur to the sides of the thigh and also to the back as well, because I feel like if I add to the front only, it looks fine, but also it's sort of missing something. So that's why I'm trying to add it to the sides and also to the back. And if it's too much, I'll maybe remove the side ones and just add to the front and back. Maybe. It's all a try and error kind of thing. Wait, that looks kind of fire though. Oh my god. I mean, literally. And also the other way as well, right? It looks pretty okay, not gonna lie. This one I want to mirror the other way. Is it why?
Forgetful's random fact of the stream. The bluebird that used to be the Twitter logo is named Larry.
Larry? Interesting name. Do you think it might look nice if it curved up over the butt? Like, follow... What you mean is following this curve right here? Because I think, because the butt is here, I think this one is going to point more towards the ground. Like macam ini, right? Like, more up above the butt. More up above the butt. To put it here? I'm always up to listen to more suggestions, because that's more ideas for us to look at, and I think that's always nice. If this is more up above the butt, right? Ayuy. I'm thinking this, and then I'm gonna manually pull them up like point up more. Like, they point up. Yeah. Maybe? You know, I can go batshit insane. Like, I can do something like this. I mean, this is my first time trying to do fur like this, and it kind of works. It is kind of unoptimized though, kind of, right? Because there's so many mesh there. I did try to lower the polygon for each tuft of fur. It does look pretty good, or even something like this. I mean, this one is also similar to this one, just different methods. So I'm bringing this up because maybe I should add more? Like a double layers sort of thing. I don't think it adds that much. I mean, it adds this one, but the most important part, which is the middle part, doesn't really add that much. No, I'll keep the single layer for now. Let's delete this one. Cool. This one, I feel like I kind of want to follow the contour of this line now. If I follow the contour of the butt. I feel like it kind of looks like something else though. feel like I want to fully cover up like a whole line without this and this and this. So I feel like I want to add. It could be like, oh, I almost showed the wrong thing. Oh. This one, right? So from the front view it looks like this. From the back view is nothing, right? But I also feel like I want to add more, like add to the back, essentially from here, just like a complete circle for the thigh line, sort of. I'm gonna add it. It might be not as similar to BB's reference sheet, but I kind of want to add it to see how it looks like, and I think I might like it if I add more to it, because currently it feels like it's missing something. It looks alright, but I feel like these empty space makes it feel a little bit awkward and makes it look like it's not really a fur covering up the thigh area, or like the fur that's like, yeah, covering up the thigh area. I don't know what I was trying to add. I'm gonna add a few custom ones. Don't duplicate too much, because if you duplicate too much, things are gonna look too static, then they're gonna look too similar. Shit's not gonna look good. Duplicate a duplicate in a smart way. You can add some in between to make it look like it's not too systematic. And believe it or not, that actually works. Because I've been doing that and it's been working really nicely, not gonna lie. One that slightly points up. One slightly, not too much. I kind of like it. Yeah, I like it, I like it. I actually like it. Okay, okay. What? What? Hi, Brian. Hi, Evie. What would it look like if you layered one of those on top of another, like scales would be but fur? So, double... essentially another layer on top of these? I was thinking the same thing. I did that just now. Oh! I did that just now and it looks not too good. I guess I could add my own without duplicating. Maybe. I'll add these to complement these ones, and then I'll think about like maybe I could duplicate this whole thing, scale it down, go up a little bit, maybe. So hope you're doing good, Brian and Evie. And damn, I love joining stream and I full of some ass. Enjoy ass. I actually surprised that I took time to study ass to get this. It doesn't look the best, but it looks like butt, right? It looks like a butt, and I like it. I think to me that's a win in my book. I don't want it to extrude too much, and I think that kind of works. You're getting so good at this. Heck yeah, I do try. Try smoothing the edges out so that they look more natural instead of the spikes having a crease when they connect. Smooth the edges out? Is a spike having a crease where they connect? Oh, are you saying these? I think you're mentioning the seams, right? I don't think it's possible to do that now since I have to connect it to the body. Oh, if I use nano mesh, it's gonna become like shit. Oh, here, let me show you. So let's say if I merge. I'm gonna hide all the other ones. Oh, that's powerful. So to do that, I need the all-powerful dynamish. It's gonna become like this. I mean, this one is gone, right? But this one makes it look awkward now. It is possible to use this. I remember I did this once and oh yeah, I remember. Sorry, I started to remember something. So I did this once with my first attempt at making a model. I was doing feathered wings, right? I didn't know how ZBrush worked back then. That was me being stupid, right? I did something like this, but it was even more horrendous, right? I wonder if I can find... I did save, right? I wonder if I can find the model that I worked on. I think it was like 4 years ago, my first ever attempt at making a model. Okay, we have this one. Oh. I'm gonna find it. I think it's this one. No, this is... Oh shit, this is Unity. This is what I get for having too many... No, this is VC face. Okay, date modified. Ah. Oh, I found it. Oh my god, how many polygons? 2 million! Don't crash, don't crash, don't crash. Alright, here's the thing. I tried to... Oh my god, I need... I merge everything! Okay, it's fine, it's fine. I can show this still, but I wanna do this real quick. I need to optimize this bitch right here. This is crazy. I mean, it's my first attempt at making a model. I think this is pretty okay for a first attempt. Very unoptimized though. Okay, I'm back. 2 million polygons might be a bit much for the computer to handle. That and also ZBrush. I think ZBrush can handle 4 million, but my computer cannot. So make it your way. 200k is like I'll make it 500k. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Oh my god, it's so much better. Oh my god, yep. It went from this. It went from this to this. Jesus. Oh, I know what's up. Oh my god, look at this. Oh no. I know what I was doing. Oh. I was using Sculptris Pro, this thing, to sculpt most of the things. Here you see the polygons are very uneven. Oh my god. Alright, there we go. Okay. Why are you like this? What happened? Oh. What? Why is there a seam on all of these? I cannot... So here's the huge problem, right? I already merged everything, but because my stupid ass, I don't know what I was doing, right? You see all these? Something similar to what what I'm doing right now. I merged everything. These are like separate meshes still. And I did a nano mesh, which is what I did just now. Some parts will look okay. Don't crash. Oh, for the love of God, don't crash. Oh, it's the first time I'm seeing this? Okay, 1 million, 1 million. 1 million is okay. That... Wait, it's not as bad though. What happened? Oh, I know what happened. Dynamish is fine. Oh yeah, problem is I merge everything and then I just do this because I need a low resolution. So I believe I did this. I did one. It's gonna take a while. Oh yeah, no, I forgot. It was Dynamesh and then Remesh. How stupid can I be? Oh my god, I don't even remember what I did. To be fair, this is 4 years ago, right? But Okay, I just want to show the result when I dynamesh, and then once I try to make it into a low poly, you know, for games and stuff, right? This is going to take a lot longer because now this is considered as one mesh. So what's happening right now is that because all the feathers are one mesh now, they have to remesh the entire thing into one, whereas just now when I didn't dynamesh, they consider this as separate mesh. So they're like, oh, it's just so easy. I just make this remesh this, you know, like, yep, it's a lot easier. Now they have to count every single feather on this as one, and it's like, oh fuck, what am I supposed to, okay, they need this, okay, I'm just gonna like do the polygons like this. Which is why it takes like 10 years for this. Oh, did it crash? No. Did it crash? Oh. Yeah, this is what I'm looking for. Yeah. We love broken feathers like this. But hey, I got 8K and 8K polygons. Huge problems right off the bat, right? I mean, we don't mention the wings. The wings is a lost cause here. This is what I worked with back then. I put this into VR chat, by the way. Yeah. Hello. Hello? Oh no? Right? So to make spikes, you essentially has to... I mean, I learned that when I was doing the snake model. You need to sort of give the spikes area more polygon than usual. So that when they remesh that, they'll be like, oh, okay, over here has like a loop. So they'll loop this one, and then they'll be like, okay, here's the end of the loop, and then here's the topology, right? They do this, and then like, okay, it looks better. But this is, I didn't know about that. That's why this is my first attempt at making a model, and it looks like shit. Not gonna lie, it does. The music is very fitting right now. This is how I feel when I look at this. It's like, oh no. oh no. So yeah, this is, I would say though, right, for my first attempt at making this, it's actually not bad. Not bad. I tried something new, right? I tried something new, and I fucked up badly, right? So bad that if I do this, hiya. Exactly. There are one polygon connected here, right? Sorry, no. There are one mesh connected to this one. So after this first attempt, I told myself that okay, don't merge everything. A model requires multiple mesh, not too much. 4 to 5 is good, right? 4 to 5 meshes is good. Because I feel like if there's like too many meshes for one model, it could get quite confusing when you're trying to configure things to either VC Face and or VR chat and or games in general, right? So yeah, it's an interesting thing. Oh, this is my convert to low res. Close enough. Same result, you see what I mean? But I think I put 5 on this. Yeah, there's 24k polygons. I think, yeah, I put 5 on here. Similar results. I'm just moving for you to see that it is all one mesh, right? So this is really bad here. You see the holes? Holes means bad. For a 3D model, holes means you failed, essentially. unless intentional hole design, then that's fine. But if you are making a mesh like this, you're making a model like this, you see holes, just one hole could be catastrophic, right? I think there's a tool to like close holes, I think. Doesn't work. So yeah, honestly, this first attempt made me learn a lot of things. A lot. Like this is so that I remember when I finished this model, I put it into VR chat. I actually showed this to my friends, right? And they were like, yeah, it looks not bad. But then now that I look at it, it's like, nah. At first glance, back then, when I first looked at this model, I was like, it's not bad, right? And then after a while, I was like, after making my second attempt, I look at this, I feel so devastated. I was so devastated, honestly. So yeah, this is interesting, right? Definitely very interesting. What if I put weld distance of 29? What happened? Oh, Jason, they're trying to connect things together. Oh. What happened? I think weld points can be pretty powerful if I know what I'm doing, but I don't know, so. Well, I'm glad I can show this first attempt. My second attempt at making this is pretty okay, I think. Oh wait, this is my mistake. After decimation? Oh, yeah, this is what I mean. Right, this is what I mean. So this is my second attempt at making this character, right? I decimated. Still bad. I decimated to 150k polygon. Okay. It's fine. So I tried some alpha brush. These things to sort of add texture to it. Didn't work because I don't know how to make it work. But now if you ask me, I need... This actually will work, but if I do it properly, right, it could work. But problem is, if I put it on the whole body, it's fine, right? But I think I was trying to go for the middle part, since the middle part looks like this, right? I'm trying to make this, and this is the middle part. So it's like a separate fur mesh. It extrudes out. It doesn't like it's not the fur that is fixed to the body. It's like a chest puff. So baking works, right? And baking for this works. This one is definitely need the one that I'm doing right now. The manual application of fur, tufts of fur, right? Yeah, that could work. That could definitely work. Also, I realized something. I need to load this at 144. Okay, there we go. So, I mean, second attempt, I tried to go for a cute one. The face is not bad. See, I told you I like spiky things. Look what I did. Oh my god, is this Tiara? Wow. Did you guys know Tiara also has like a teeth like that? I told you I like spiky things. So, second attempt, I did not do wings here. Instead, I did the wings on Blender. So I added different meshes into Blender put and then combine them as one mesh. I don't know if I can still find the blender file for this. Let me try. Blender. Thank you. It was if. Is it not there? Where did I put the blender? Oh my god, I put them here. Oh, I add spring bones here? Crazy. Don't add spring bones on yeah, there we go. Don't add spring bones on Blender. We have dynamic bones in Unity. Did I add texture here? Oh, no texture, okay. I did make this one. So you see I made these as separate mesh, and I think I tried to add spring bones to them. Essentially, this model is 10 times performance-wise. It's 10 times worse than the first model, believe it or not. Why? Because whenever I load this model to a world, it crashes other people's PC. It's been proven. And I hate myself for that. I didn't know. I actually didn't know. So what happens is that because I think I added a lot of spring bones to this model after spring bones, right? Okay. Now how can I tell that I added spring bones? Huh, how do I disable this? Nah, it's all good. Is it armature? How do I add spring bones on this? I actually don't even know. Okay, anyway. I added spring bone. I think I re-added them on Unity because I don't know how to add them here. But apparently I did, I guess. So yeah, I added spring bones to ears, to the wings, right? Because essentially, especially here, spring bones add physics, right? So it adds physics to every single feather here. And what happens is that when two physical items clash, they touch each other. They should not be able to touch each other, right? So normal physics, when two things touch each other, they should not merge, right? But because I merged them already, like you see here, they are merging here, already merging. So what happens is that when I load this model, these pieces of feathers are trying to work, but because physics doesn't allow, and it doesn't work that way, and it causes, essentially it causes something, I can show this one, it causes something like this. So when that happens, right, you know what it means, right? When two items that's not supposed to merge together, and they merge, And that happens because they're trying to struggle out, right? It doesn't make sense. Like, computer says no, but computer also, the person using computer also saying that they must be together. Now, conundrum, so they do that. And when I load this one in, it crashes people's PC. I hate myself for that. Right? Another learning experience here. So don't add spring bones like this. Instead, I think what I can do is just do one, right? I think my idea, I had an idea if I want to do this. I haven't tried it yet. One bone instead of every bone for each feather. One bone specifically for this entire pieces of feathers, and that one bone applies jiggle physics and or like just dynamic bones, make it have physics. Essentially, when I move my hand, only one bone is moving, but I generate the illusion of the entire feathers moving. They might look very unison. That one I don't know how to fix it, right? Imagine a cloth flapping, right? A cloth doing the when you use when wind blows to the cloth. Imagine those motion. That is going to happen. It could create the illusion. It might not look as good, but it could work, right? I haven't tried that. I am kind of interested, but I'll leave it for next time. But yeah, this is another very nice learning experience. This is great. And my third attempt was this, I believe. Yep. Oh yeah, look at that. This is for VR chat. Holy. You see here? All the blend shapes. Wow, crazy. Hi, Seer. Snek. Oh my god. Yeah, so not much with the model. I mean, the model looks okay. This one looks very sad though, but it's a good first attempt. Right? What problem? The problem is the materials that I made on this model. Oh, it's not here yet. Oh, I didn't add them. I think I add them on the Unity, I believe. I made a flashbang. Whenever I load this model in VR chat, it's so bright. It's so bright. It's so funny. And yet, again, I learn new things. Don't use. I mean, you can use anime kind of shader and or materials for VR chat, but don't up the brightness. Make it look normal. The problem is that when I was using Unity and then add those materials, they look dark. I was like, oh, they look weird, and then I added more brightness to it, and it became a flashbang in the game. Many learning experiences. But mainly they're pretty fun, right? Not gonna lie, these learning experiences... Oh, now that I think about it, yeah. If I don't make these... If I didn't make my mistakes like that, I cannot make this thing. At least I don't think I can. And now I'm here. Oh, that kind of makes me very happy. I never thought about it that way. I mean, thanks for sparking out that conversation. I love that. sometimes I like sharing stuff like that. I think it's kind of fun. This has 700k. I think for these furs, I can definitely make them look. I can definitely make them not so. That's quite a lot of polygons, not gonna lie. From 7k to 1k optimization. We'd love to see it. Let's do it on all of them. I think this one I can put 0.1. Can I put 0.1? That looks alright to me. So the single ones I'll do 0.1. From 2k to 100, I think. 200 essentially. Yeah. Optimization. These I'll put 1 because they have more things. They have more curve. Since this one is only at 1 C curve, not much polygon is needed. You... What happened? Why is your pivot there? The inner thigh one, I'm gonna make it small. Like, they're gonna get closer to over there. Make them kiss, even. It's not a sentence that I thought I was gonna say, but you know, as a 3D artist, can I call myself an artist? Nah, I don't think so. At least not yet, right? As a 3D art maker, I spout some weird shit sometimes. Oh yeah, I don't think I said that, but I hope you're doing good, yeah. It's simple but effective, I feel like. me delete this for now. I have an idea. I'm gonna delete these as well. Okay. Since they're unoptimized, I want to duplicate this thing. Boom. Deformation Z, I think. Yeah, close enough. Nah, don't go up. Actually, this one goes down. Yeah, I think goes down is slightly better than going up. I'm going to do something that might be kind of stupid. The entire thing is 4K and that's pretty good. Oh, I think that doesn't look too bad. Wait. This one goes down. I don't like it when they're like sort of straight line. Like this. Then it goes inside. Closer but down. Yeah. I want it to sort of look like this, you know, a little bit of this, but middle will be empty. So this, like a little bit, right? A little bit. There we go. Now, no, we're safe again. I think I like it, right? I think I actually like the idea. Just now when I see it, I might want to keep it actually. Yeah, that looks slightly better. It does have this V, right? A little bit of a V here. Wait. Oh. But push the fluff down. I think that kind of makes sense. That might make sense, actually. I'll keep it. I kind of like it. I like it. I actually like it. I like it. I like it. Me likey. Okay, this is good. Show the 10K. Ah. $10K to 1K. That's a huge improvement. I like it. And it looks like the curve is still there. That's amazing though. Hey, chill it. I've been playing Power World again. It's a nice game, I like it. I'm gonna optimize it a little bit so that my PC doesn't die. Favorite power? Criven. At least as far as I played Criven, I think there might be other dragon types out there, but Criven, LD Fran's kinda cute as well. LD Fran, I think that's what they're called. The dragon with tiny wings, that one. Oh, Elfidran. But Criven is definitely way up there. Like, Criven is way too soft and cute. Head is 200k, body is 200k as well. Head needs 200k, but I can optimize it after. For now, I'm gonna do like the very simple stuff. I kind of don't want this. Kind of don't want to add these. Speaking of what's everyone's favorite PAL? Mine's Criven. Elfidran is pretty good. Now you'll be surprised what my third one is. Depresso. Depresso is just so relatable. I can't. Ooh, wait, this one adds a lot though. I kinda like it. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like it. Lavender? Oh fuck, how can I forget about Lavender? Number 1. Second Criven. Third Elfidran. Fourth Depresso. Hi Chasu. It's been a while. Hope you're doing good. Oh, Cognito is pretty good too. Oh, the Cognito walk cycle is so adorable though. It's like they're marching constantly. It's like, oh my god. Ooh, yeah, Cognito is a really good choice. This, right? That's behind. Yeah, that's behind. Oh my god, Tekken. It's kind of hard to edit without it being weird. I mean, honestly, it's just skill issue, but... Oh, this one is pretty good. I'll have to look what kind of horny model replacers are available now in the different Give Me Power. Ooh, enjoy power. The game's fun. I'm currently using the Renamon one, but it's not horny. It looks cool, I think. Yeah, they even have like custom models for armor. So it's like, yeah, I think that's pretty good. I couldn't find the protogen anymore, which is kind of weird, but maybe it's outdated? Question mark? I used to use the protogen one, but I don't see that anymore. Oh my god. It's not that protruding word. I think I softened it out a little bit. Like it points out, but it's not that much. I think maybe just a little bit like this. Yeah, just a little bit. I'm looking for a fire, doesn't look. Yeah. Ooh, I like it. Okay. Not bad. Okay, now we add toil. We add toil, maybe. Did you crash? Oh my god! I'm saving. I almost shit my pants. Holy shit! Imagine if it crashes. I'm gonna cry. Which music is this? I like it now. Oh, they didn't have the track name. The beautiful invention of Anvil Town comes from a YouTube video made by Pocket Monsters Music that was unfortunately taken down by Nintendo. It was called Lullaby for Trains. Oh, it is exactly that one. Is it this one? Yep, so yeah. Oh, this one is perfect. It's been taken down by Nintendo? Holy shit, man. Pocket Monster Music. Lullaby for Trains. Pocket Monster Music. Let me see if I can find them. Oh wow, it's not here anymore. Yeah, it's not here anymore. Oh my god. That's unfortunate. Okay. Now we do the tile. I think I don't want to add the palm flute. I think I'll add the armor flute. I'll add this one, but maybe not this one. Should I make it? I actually think I want to cover this one up as well. Do you think it's too much? I'll add a few more. And if I open Power's Nexus mod page and it shows horny female model replaces for somebody looking policy to move. I know, right? The problem with Nexus mods, every game they mod always have like a female model with huge hunkaroo and huge buttocks as well. You know, the butt huge, the booba huge. Just something about Nexus mod, you know. I mean, it's probably not just Nexus mods, but I use Nexus mod a lot, and whenever I browse mods, the most popular mods are always the female model that looks skinny but with huge booba and huge butt. That's always like the most downloaded, the most endorsements. It's like I guess I get it, but I don't get it. Not my taste, right? Not my taste. People like huge booba. That is true. I mean, I do like myself a huge booba as well. Oh, looks like an Eastern dragon tail. Never thought about it that way. A huge booba makes for decent pillows. Yeah, that is true. I mean, to be fair, my character, I also like modeling my character that has like, not huge, but kind of big, right? Kind of big. Booba. So, I couldn't... Yeah, I couldn't say more about this. I couldn't internet huge boost being popular is practically the rule. Most... Yeah, people say sex sells. I guess it's true to some extent. I mean, I'm still glad because sometimes when I browse through my Twitter and or Blue Sky, I still see like those like very well detailed paintings of a famous artist or something like that. Like not even famous artists, but sometimes I see like a person that I don't even know does like a huge, very detailed paintings, and then that particular art, the engagement has like a lot much better than a lot of things that I see. It's like, yeah, faith in humanity restored. It's not bad. Is this Pokemon? I guess it's Pokemon. I don't like this one. Skip. Okay, there we go. No, this is the Pokemon I know. Oh, how do I do this? I think I know how to do this. Was that Mystery Dungeons? Wow, I actually didn't know. I mean, I only played one Mystery Dungeon game, so... Yeah... I only played the Red Rescue Team on Switch. Yeah, that one. It's the Gentry Trumpets. Start small, but chunky. I think it starts out chunky, but small. Oh, I'm gonna enjoy doing this. Oh, this reminds me of Monster Hunter. The tribal kind of music, I like it. Yeah. Not that much. Thing like this, but not straight. I like it. Keep it like this. I think it might need to be longer. We're getting a lot of AC units here. Is it just me or does it look like it has a dent? Why do you have a dent? What happened? And then a huge chunky one. Oh, this reminds me of me working on my dragon model. It was fun. Like this, and then head. It's the dancing man. This one points down. Also kind of long, so let's start here. Oh fuck, I hurt my hand. No. I forgot to mention. I forgot about this wound I have. Really? Last night I was shaving down there, right? It took a while. It's like, okay, it's finally done. And then I think I mistakenly dropped my shaver and it hurt my ring finger. And now I have this one right here and it fucking hurts. I forgot. It's okay. Let me get something real quick. I know what to do. I think I could. Okay. Yeah. I have this thing. Night in game. Hi. Want the time to join? Heck yeah. Welcome to my stream. I talk about anything and everything. It's all good. Hope you're doing good though. I have the dry powder spray. I mean, this shit helps so much, honestly. Oh, shit's gonna hurt. Yeah. 哇，妈的痛啊！ Ooh, okay. We love dry powder spray. I mean, thing works wonders. I don't know how they work, but it works. Alright, we good. Now I can work on this again. This one adds one more and then maybe don't point two down. I don't like it. I mean, I don't like when the C curve is too much. Feels a little bit awkward. Am I making a model for a figurine or a rigged model? This is a model I make for someone. It's not going to be rigged. It's only going to be like just a basic model, without rig. I mean, with texture and or coloring. I'm making this one. So it's like a. Can I consider this as a commission? No. It's a 150k redeem on my channel, and then it's only like a shoulder up sculpt, essentially a head sculpture. But then I can I mean, I made it so people can have a choice if they put in $50, right? $50, and then I'll make the full model for them. I mean, I know if 50 is I feel like 50 might be a lot since I don't know what I'm doing. But yeah, this is a model that I'm gonna make for I would say a friend of mine, yeah. I cannot like it. I'll add 2 more. I mean, from this it says 1 more, but I can only add 1 more. This one should be a lot more smaller. Gonna have to learn ZBrush sometime. Still learning Blender. I mean, ZBrush, I feel like it's... to me personally, at least when I first started learning ZBrush and also Blender, I feel like ZBrush is more straightforward than Blender. Can I say that? It's kind of how I feel about ZBrush. It's sort of like, because I feel like ZBrush is, I can just do, like, I can just do sort of whatever I want and then make from, and then like learn from there. Whereas Blender feels more strict with the low poly modeling. I guess low poly modeling in general is going to be more methodical. Yeah. That is like the most brain sentence I ever said. Oh yeah. Man, English is hard sometimes, I feel like. Actually, all the time. English tough. Slightly longer, point down a little bit more. I'll add 1 more for it to like sort of fade out. Oh yeah, you missed it. Just now I was sharing my first attempt of using ZBrush and also just making model in general. The results were catastrophic. Very, very catastrophic. But honestly, through those attempts, I actually learned a lot of things. It's nice, but also very fucking funny. Ah, I see the problem. Made my first model like 2 weeks ago and getting back into MLP figurines. Oh! 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 I mean, I'm kinda curious about how it looks like. I mean, first model. If 2 weeks ago is pretty recent. My first model was 4 years ago. But then again, I don't do art as much, which is a mistake to be honest, but recently I've been getting back into doing more art, so at least I'm getting somewhere, I feel like. I kinda like it. And this one I want to change a little bit longer and then pull back. There. I want them to sort of stick together.
Hello and welcome.
Thank you. No Discord server? There is. There. Oh yeah, once you join, I'm doing things very manually, so I'll give it a roll once you read the rules and stuff. So I'm doing things very manually. Honestly, I feel like if I upload this stream to YouTube, probably gonna get a few copyright claims, not strike claims, because there are some music that is made by some other YouTubers out there or music creators out there, so maybe, I don't know. Oh, this one is so mega dramatic, oh my god. I can imagine the Pokemon music being problematic. Yeah, I'll give it a try though, since my video is not monetized. My channel is not monetized, obviously. So being claimed doesn't do much. I remember I was listening to the Eurobeat remixes that has a lot of like music. I mean remixes, right? A lot of like popular music in there. And then that video got restricted like in a few countries. I was like, oh wow, that harsh. Okay, now we add this thing. I think add one big one, and then add the side ones. Yeah, I could definitely do that. Oh, okay. I should save. Common music is usually okay. If the official ones, yeah, that should be fine. But the problem is that I have a few that's like created by other creators out there. Since it's like I'm listening to here. This is the one. It is 10 hours of like many different kinds of music in there. So I already hear there are some different mixes that is obviously made by other creators out there. Like this one is fine. Like this is like the one that I'm listening right now is the official one. So those ones should be fine. But the custom ones that is being created by other creators, yeah, that one might be a little bit problematic, but we'll see, right? It's like a time of try and error. Oh, okay, give me a second. Ah, okay, I got it. Give me a second. Let me do the Discord thing real quick. This one and this one. I mean, for first attempt, that's pretty good. I see you use the sculpture, the sculpture feature on Blender as well, right? For first attempt, that actually looks pretty good. Heck yeah. Okay. Daputi? Heck yeah. I mean, I'm moving this one because this one is always on top. This one doesn't hide. Yeah, always on top. It's nice. I like it when references are always on top. Should be quite long. Not that slender, but I know what to do. One curve like this. Maybe I'll not make it curve too much. Maybe like this. Before that, I used the base and made model figures that way. Ah. Oh, you make like the...哎，讲讲啊那个东西啊，那个 figures, right? The in real life figures that has hinges on them, that kind of figure. You know what? As you can tell, I don't. I think English is not my strongest suit. And 3D printed and okay. That yeah, I kind of know what that is. Yeah. So you made figures before. That's going to help a lot with the understanding of proportions on 3D space. That's pretty nice. Oh my god, there's so many mashes. It doesn't look as good though. I mean, this one starts out really small. Can I still do it? I don't think I can. Yeah, it's gonna be like this. Unless? Nope. I'll add another one. Hide this one, add another one, and try again. Did I miss some? Ah. Maybe? I mean, at least this one seems to have more size contrast in a way. Yeah. So it's more shapely. Maybe smooth here a little bit. No, don't do that. Don't do that. That scared me a little bit. Holy shit, what the hell? You don't do that. You don't go that quiet and then... No, don't do that. Holy. Like, this one is an orchestral arrangement, right? So this one is also created by another creator. This is such a weird way of doing it, but I feel like this could work. There's too much S curve in this for the flow. I mean, I like S curves, but too much S curve might look a little bit weird, question mark? Oh. I'll edit and see how that goes. Ooh, big chain. Oh, and like this. Not too long. This one's supposed to be a short one. So cool down a little bit. Okay. There's no such thing as too much curves. Oh, that is so true though. This one is also S curve. So if I want, I could be lazy and do this. And then third one is just a long C, okay. That little evil chuckles. Look, I chuckle a lot, I think. Oh, maybe I don't chuckle a lot. What's the other word for it? I giggle a lot. There we go. A cackle? Cackle 是什么？ Cackle Chinese 咯咯笑 哦 So cackle is like kick, something like that. I mean Chinese is 咯咯笑 Ow. Hi Uncle. Hi Rogue. Oh my god, drink? I will. What the so loud? 哎呀 咯咯笑 Maybe? I guess that's kinda close, yeah. Also hope Akko and Rogue is doing good. Welcome. Oh, did I put too much? Oh crap. Oh no. This is too big. I'll get the shape right and then I'll just scale it down. Actually, no, I don't think I need to scale it down. Oh my god, wait, I had a brilliant idea. Oh my god, no, brilliant. Let me try this one first. Oh my god, I think that idea, oh, it's gonna work so good. Because so here's the thing. What I had in mind is this is 2D space, right? Looks like this one is behind. Looks like there's this one that goes behind as well, I think. Question mark. But to show this in 3D space, I might have to do something else. But it might look good and or it might look bad. I don't know. Yeah, let's try. Let me try that idea. I am going to save first. Okay, I'm going to merge. It's okay, it's these three. This is the... I need to rename this. Main tail roof. These are tail mains, right? Tail main. This side. Okay, back here. Okay, and then this. Move here a little bit. Actually, no, don't move too much here. And then spin. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Oh. Alright. Yeah. I do this. And then I'm going to... Now we got back, right? Need to optimize this a little bit. Duplicate. Mirror. And so on side view it's not gonna show too much, right? Imagine cheating. Couldn't be me. I mean, to be fair, it doesn't look that good, I feel like. Nah, I take it back. It looks okay. It doesn't look the best, but it looks fine. Gosh, I'm such a cheater. So now we have this, right? I think I'll leave the site. Right, site looks fine. I'll add around here one that points down like this one. You might notice, like, why don't I just optimize this one, make it as less polygon, and then just duplicate it? I don't because I kind of need as much polygon to work with at first to make the shape that I want, because if there's like less polygon, it would be much harder to sort of shape it into the shape that I want. So now 7K is good, and then once I get the shape that I want, I can just like do this so that they won't take out as much polygon, right? This tree went from like, one of these is 2K. So about 7K to 1K. So I think that's pretty okay. Always cheat as much as possible. I know, right? I also learned that if there's something that you can hide. Right? If there's something that, let's say you're trying to render a beautiful picture for your client or just for beauty purposes, right? There are some parts that is not going to be in the rendering, in the last rendered picture, so you can cheat and not do well on that part. Only if you know what you're doing, then avoid doing that part. Save a lot of time, and just render the beautiful parts. That worked. I did it like twice, I think. It's too big, but I just want this general curve. I will scale it down a lot. I think this part makes it awkward. hi Wildflower. I missed that. Hope you're doing good. Welcome. Also, I might have fucked up. I might have fucked up. I don't think I need to inflate this part right here. It looks like, yeah, like, this one is like just a normal floof, because this one, this bloated area, it's not bloated, it's this plus this one. You see this one goes back? Yeah. I hate it here. It's okay. Do I need to make a new one? No, I think I remake the middle one. I think that's okay. Okay, hide this one? Yeah. I'm gonna hide this one again. Look at this again. This one pull down. Here. Uh-oh. Inflation? Inflation can be hot and or pain. If it's price inflation, oh god. Oh no. What if it's snake inflation? I don't know. Maybe I don't feel too much towards inflation. I guess it's not really my thing. That one comic with the bowling ball? Which one? Bowling ball? That has to do with inflation, question mark? Hey, it's the fluffy noodle music. Do we see Ferret around? Oh. I can just do this and then I become a boombox. I'm a boombox. Oh no. Wow. Oh, I have to modify the one. Oh, pain. Bend curve is not as strong as I thought. I mean, it's already super fucking strong, but the weakness being that they cannot bend like this. That can make it look good, I guess. Wait, no, I guess I kinda can. Okay, I'm stupid. It definitely can. Forget I said anything. You guys heard nothing. Nah, this actually looks alright. Why did I hear? Was it my nephew throwing a temper tantrum? on the Sunday afternoon? Hmm. It's normal. I have to modify the pain. Pain. I thought I can sort of finish the fur, but because it requires so much like back and forth looking, so that I want to make it look good. Maybe I just work slow. But honestly though, when things look right, it makes me feel so happy. Like, oh my god. Ooh, that looks pretty good. Wait a minute. Oh, there's a nice curve. Oh my god. Did you know that I really love curved horn as well? You know, like Ram, uh, Sanyang, right? Ram. They have that curved horn. Looks really good. I like it. That's why my Komoot has a curved horn as well. I mean, look at those. Curved horn. I like curved horn. I still want to scale down this. Just like a little bit. Do I need to? Actually, no, I don't need to. Maybe just a little bit. Tiny bit. I have to remake the top fur again. It's all good. It happens. The dragon just casually whispering naughty things into the kobold's ear. I mean, kobold is already... Can I say my kobold is lewd as fuck? I just don't... I don't... commission art. I wish I can, but... money problem. Especially this year. But if I get the chance to, I'll definitely commission some interior art. Okay, this looks good. I like it. Now, these two... yeah, I have to remake this one as well. The curve doesn't look right anymore. Wait. I'll delete this one. This one delete all? This one delete all? Okay. Tail ring. There we go. I hope Will would be happy with my creation. Oh, it's an S curve? Oh my god, okay. Point up, down. Wait, it's pointing that way. It's like this. I think that's a nice ass curve. Maybe it could have curved a little bit more. Meh, it's fine. I'll scale it down a little bit.
I don't care what you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better yip for me for the next 2 minutes.
Oh, it's okay. Snake can yip too. I always forget to disable that, but it's okay. I have inhaled helium, and now as a snake I can yip. Oh my god! Wowee! I will do the heckin' yip, and no one can stop me. That looks pretty okay. Kamehameha. We need the Ultra Instinct Goku music. And then flashes Goku absolutely dripped out. Yo, Goku is stripped out of his mind. Oh yeah, I will drink. Today's weather is nice. You know, it's not sunny, it's cloudy. Very comfy. I feel like sleepy. For the past few days, it has been like hot as fuck. I think it's like 30. But the sun is so harsh, I think. Hey! Like, the sun is so harsh that I believe it could go up to like 36, 37 degrees Celsius. It's like, Malaysia, boleh.
I think we're gonna replace this one. And then I'm gonna merge all these again. I'll do the same thing because I kinda like it. Chicken nugget? I did the chicken nugget on Audacity and somehow it worked. Chicken nugget. What? Oh. Hey, hi Brecky. Oh my god, second. Oh, Brecky is doing good. Look, I'm doing the tail now. I kind of do the fur like this. I feel like I kinda like this. Heck yeah. I should definitely drink more water. These days I have hot water. I prepared some hot water for myself because I was sick for almost a week now. It's kind of funny. A week and I'm not even recovered yet. Well, not fully recovered, but been feeling much better every day, so heck yeah. I think this one's alright. Honestly, I feel like for Pokemon, the first 5 generation, like from Gen 1 to Gen 5, the music in game, it's so good, so good. Gen 6, Gen 7, Gen 8, I never played, so I don't know. I played Gen 9, the music is good, game is shit. The only redeeming quality for Pokemon Scarlet and Violet is that Koraidon is cute. There's Salazar in the game. Yeah. I honestly did not enjoy playing Pokemon Scarlet as much. The exploration doesn't feel as good because I don't get to see like good visuals, to be honest. Like the terrain and I think the general environment just doesn't look that appealing. Like it looks like barren land. There's not much to look at. Other than like there are some Pokemon like roaming around. That's nice, right? It's just that the general environment just doesn't look good at all. And not to mention the performance is shit, so there you go. Miraidon is nice too. Miraidon is nice too. It's just between two of them. I mean, if I can choose two of them, I would. But if I get to choose one, I'll choose Koraidon. E.T.? First legendary? Heck yeah. Like, first fish is legendary. I was thinking of opening a Patreon, but no, I don't think I'm doing anything that's warranted to open up a Patreon. I mean, to be honest, it is that when I see Celeste have Patreon, I was like, ooh, that's such a good idea. But then I was like, did I do anything that allows me to open up a Patreon. No. So eventually I just sort of dropped the idea. It's like, nah, I don't think I can open up a Patreon. Subscribe star? What is that? I mean, let's be honest, Scarlet Violet looks like someone's first Unity test project where they just play some stuff on. And don't care if it looks good or lively because it's just a learning experience. Yeah, I mean... the game's a barren land, and somehow the game is like poorly optimized. And then Pokemon Stan just be like, no, Pokemon good. They never make bad games. I swear to God, those stands crazy. It is because of those people we don't get good Pokemon games anymore. Because like, I mean, if it works, why change? You know? And they're a big corporation, big corpo. They want money. It's like, if it's easy money, of course we're gonna do it. Fuck yeah, you know. Like, upset. Like Patreon, but allows loot. Patreon doesn't allow loot. That's the thing that I mean. I had never done loot. Yeah, I never done loot before. Oh yeah, wasn't there like a time where Patreon suddenly enforces a rule that doesn't allow not safe for work stuff? And then everyone just be like, oh no, fuck Patreon. Because that's like a lot of people using Patreon for that. And then the Patreon will suddenly be like, no loot allowed. And then everyone just like explodes. Understandably so too, right? Like, it's so sudden. Like, that is people's livelihood. There's some people's livelihood. And then Patreon just be like, no loot. Yeah, it's pretty scary, not gonna lie. But I'm glad people got off, people like able to sort of have another platform that helps them as well. So it's like, yeah, it's all good. I'm glad. Nothing bad happens. I think. At least I hope, yeah. Pretty much, yeah. It was on Twitter and it's like a huge thing. Why does this look like Zenogre? How? Why does this? I don't know why I look at this and I think, hey, that's the Zenogre. Oh my god. Stupid. Hi, Zenaku Maskov. Okay, how I do this, huh? I'm probably going to... I love making snakes fly. Well, lucky for you, you can make the snake fly pretty much very easily. But yeah, hope you're doing it. I don't know why I feel like I'm a little bit sassier than usual today. Not gonna lie, I thought you did lose because of the 18+ warning on your blue sky. Oh yeah, oh shit, my blue sky is like, I repost so much debauchery. I have to make it 18+. I was thinking of doing loot, but I don't know how. Hash? How do you pronounce that? Is that hi? Salute? Fish tail. Oh my god, you actually fished up the Tira. Salute? Hi, Kaukas. Welcome. I don't know what. It's weird how these people always act as if you insulted the best friend when you point out even the obvious flaws in the most constructive manner possible. Yeah, I don't know why they're so defensive over like constructive criticism. It's almost like those people intentionally don't care if it's constructive criticism or blatant non-constructive criticism towards the game, and just go like, no, you don't know Game Freak, oh my god. And yeah, you're right. Why should Game Freak put money and resources into the project when absolute slop is gonna sell like hotcakes? Exactly. That's why. They are to blame, you know, those Pokemon stand are to blame. I'm putting it out there. I'm not lying. If they're gonna sniff the game even though the game is a slop, why change? Big corpo. That's what they want, hell yeah. I mean, if I'm the big corpo and I make something that even the easiest effort can make me thousands, millions of money. Never played Pokemon? That's fair. That's fair. I assume you've seen Pokemon, right? Yeah, the turn-based, some very hot dragons in the game. Very, very nice. Okay, how do I do this? I actually think I might need to change this one to point back, I think. So I'm not gonna duplicate this then. Yeah. So the simple stuff is that the most recent Pokemon Scarlet and Violet on Switch runs like shit. The game is confusing. I like it. I there are some good things, you know, like you can. There's more than just gyms. You can do multiple things in the game. Right? That's fine. Right? That's fine. But it's just that there's so many bad things in the game that outweighs the good of the game. So understandably, there are people being upset at, oh, Scarlet is such a slop. And then the Pokemon stands, they start to go up and be like, no, how can you say Pokemon bad? Madani. Fish done fishable. Some ASMR? What, you want ASMR? His first? His. This one feels a little bit weird. Is oh yeah, Akko is unfishable. I didn't add Akko. I'm afraid of doing ASMR now because sometimes I might shout and I'm probably gonna blow people's eardrum. I don't think I want that. I don't think I want that. I want to add, yeah, this one. Down, up. Bracky of the hour, some lunch for today. And that's Bracky's friend. There was still amazing Sneckle. I'm an amazing Sneckle, oh my god. Oh, oops, I messed up. Oh, okay, there we go. What? I mean, I was going to finalize it anyway. This one looks alright, I think. I think this one. Okay, I'll put this one here a little bit. Oh yeah. More hard gold soul silver music, please. Brecky is the lunch. I am king. But you're not dragon. It's the tails, Zinogre. Oh, I mean, looking from afar, guess it looks fine. I honestly think it looks okay. I kinda like it. Hi, malicious magpie. And thanks for the lurk as always. Huge appreciate. I think this might be the model. At least at first glance, I don't feel like it looks bad. But I think this might be the model. Might be, right? I want the. I mean, obviously this is going to be the higher res. Do I separate the tail? Fish a different Terra. I mean, Terra might be in that earth, yeah. Maybe, right? So in a way, you did fish up a different Terra. And Terra reminds me of Lycan Rock Midnight form. Around this Terra. I am in the pond almost as much as Terra. I think there's more Terra than Bracky. it made me so I feel like I sound narcissistic saying that. Bracky invasion. We need more Bracky. Is that numbers? Oh, the grab! It's so good. Oh my god. It makes sense because it's a stream. That is true, right? But it does make me wonder though. Like sometimes I think about this. It's like I feel like me, at least me myself, is quite narcissistic, being able to do stream and just like sort of listen to my voice, even though I hate it, for like 6 to 7 hours every day. Maybe. Oh my god, speaking of numbers. Hi Snek. Oh my god, we have another stick friend. Hope numbers is doing good. I like that snake shake emote. It's so good. I did save, right? Let me save again. want to merge the tail with the body. I think tail can nanomesh, no problem. Main tail. Oh, it's here. Okay, so I want to merge these as well. Make it one. Make it one mesh so that it's easier to handle. I don't want to add floof. It's just I don't think it fits in the 3D space. I feel like kind of looks a little bit awkward. I'm removing the palm floof. No. Time to optimize a little bit. So the entire model currently stands at how much? 600k? That is pretty good, I think. Yeah. Let me think. This is 12k. Could be much better. I mean, I'm doing it the most laziest way possible. But hey, it works. 1k? Holy, that's amazing. I'm gonna... Oh, I thought I was gonna sneeze. But I feel like... Oh wait, I realized a problem. When I get these polygonal looks... Actually, give me a second. I gotta mute myself for a bit. Okay, I'm back. I think, okay, in Blender, I can make them shade smooth. So maybe they could remove the polygonal looks for the fluff, I hope. think this one I can put 2 actually. I think 2k for the tail fluff is fine. Ring is 2k. I don't think I'm missing anything here. Hopefully. The eyes is different, right? I mean, I couldn't really do eyes like that. I don't know how to make like this kind of eyes on 3D space. But I think in general, right? I think I'm quite proud of this. I'm quite proud of this model that I made. Might not be like as exactly as BB looks like, but I think at least when I first look at it, it doesn't look too bad. The tail sort of balance out like this one. Yeah, looks fine. Yeah. This might be the model. Hopefully I didn't miss anything, right? I mean, it's not finished yet. I mean, the part Z brush is finished. Next, we're gonna bring it to a blender to unwrap the UV and also to oh yeah, to quote-unquote texturing in Substance Painter. Yeah, I think this might be the model. Yep. Heck yeah, let's save this one. 69? Just right. Just the right amount of save files. It is all according to plan. Oh yeah. I'm quite proud of this one. I like it. This one looks good. I like making kobolds. Kobolds are great, okay. Painting is hard when you're colorblind. Oh. I mean, yeah. Since you can't really... I mean, your vision is already different than... Well, it's not yours, right? The people that is colorblind is going to have a different perspective on colors than normal color sight. So I guess, yeah, it's going to be a lot harder. I'm gonna stop here for now. I didn't plan what to play today though. I uninstalled Tekken 8, but I kinda want to play Tekken 8 again. Because I see Fakunram, the new character in Tekken 8, looks so cool. And a lot of like general consensus is just like Fakunram is fair and balanced, and we love to see it. A fair and balanced DLC character, holy, right? Let me see. Open up Steam. Oh yeah, there's still Shovel Knight. I'm not really feeling Shovel Knight right now, though. Oh yeah, I was playing Gunfire Reborn. I was trying to go through R9 and R10 run. Getting over it? Oh, believe it or not, I played it. On my first, like... I played Getting Over It on 2021. I believe I played it when I got my first 100 follower. No, 300 followers. 300 follower celebration stream. Which, speaking of, I haven't done any celebratory stream for a long time. But yeah, I played it for that many hours. I gave up. I'm not the one to go through a game that makes me angry over and over. If a game makes me angry, I'll just stop. But yeah, I actually played Getting Over It. Surprise, surprise. I want to play Gunfire Reborn. I want to try to go through solo run of R9 and R10. Did I? I think I already went through R9. But then there's the new talisman system that is just different. So you got over it? In a way. Not the entire game, but I got over the game. I know someone who beat it in less than 7 minutes. I'm not even surprised anymore. The game is like being like someone do a surgery, using a scalpel and just like peel open the game. Like every intricate detail has been known by every single like speedrun as possible. It's like, yeah, I'm not even surprised for a game like that. Negative timer? Oh god. They beat it in -7 minutes. Oh my god. Let me close this one. Save. I'm gonna change my title as well. I'm not gonna play for too long actually. It's already 4:27 PM. I'm gonna play a few runs of Gunfire Reborn. Snek. Pew. Okay, we good. This is how I put my stream title. It's good, right? Oh my god. Engaging title. Wow. Okay, I need to... I think I can use 3D model to play Gunfire Reborn, can I? I think the game is not going to be too... intensive? Question mark? I wonder if they improved that. Only one way to find out. Here, let's open up the game. Also, while the game is opening, I am going to take a small break. I'll be right back real quick. Yeah. Just a tiniest break when I go to toilet real quick. I'll put here. Alright, I'll be right back. And don't forget to take care of yourselves as well. Yeah. Wow, I'm back. Hey, yeah. Breaky sandwich? I didn't add breaky sandwich though. Funny triangle go brr. Hey,
Funny
yeah.
triangle go burr.
Buh. Funny triangle go buh. You didn't even try, Brian. Oh my god. Thanks for the one gem. Heck yeah. A gem is a gem, and I like gems. Like, adjusting table for a bit. Oh my god, this chip. The cute gator. I'll keep the music going while I play this game. I don't think there's actually like music playing in this game. Or maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. Okay, now I have this game running on shit quality. Hopefully it works. Even the resolution is like shit. We'll see. Oh, I was mid-run. Nah, I want to do a new one. Fuck it. I like dog because I like explosion. Help. Lynn's pretty good though. I mean, this is like top tier character, I think. I wish there's more dragon characters. Chinsui is like... Oh yeah. I forgot the name is called Tidal Ass Piss. Oh, I love me some Tidal Ass Piss. Ooh, the bird is fun. I want to play explosions for now. I usually go Lone Wolf level 4 because why not? I like it. Ultimate Firearm. Very nice. Boundless Dream level 9. Yeah. For Talisman... Oh. Season level 15. 25. There's more Talisman? Extra slot gems collector. Spiritual blessing? Oh wow. That requires a spiritual blessing slot? Ew. Alright. Start. Gosh, I haven't played Gunfire Reborn in such a long time. I think I was playing it last night. Just started. I was like, I don't know how to play this game anymore. The game hard, man. The game hard. No longer suffer movement speed reduction from... Oh! Thank you, game. I like that. Every enemy hit, increase hull damage dealt by 25%. Lightning bolt on a crit. I guess I can use this one? I'm never really a Shrieker fan, but I guess I can try. Unless they buffed it. Wee! Why? Why? Sorry, I played too much Counter-Strike lately. The game's not too loud, right? Oh, wait, maybe Shrieker's not bad. Oh, 我老奶奶真是。And fish brekkie for sure. Thank you. Chicken nugget is kind of brekkie, no? Chicken nugget. Oi oi. Oh, the game likes me this run. Oh my god. I like explosion. See, I may be a snake on appearance, but I'm a kobold at heart. Oh my god, immortal. Ow. Oh, did they change how the poison orb work?
Yep. Efficient fire. Oh, it's a new one. 50% chance to get 1 extra recovery time when the secondary skill used. Less than 50%? Or 60% secondary skill damage when second. What's recovery time? Is this translation error?技能使用次数小于50%，恢复使用次数时有50%的激励额外恢复一次。使用次数大于等于50%时，次要技能伤害增加60%。Oh, so it's all just for second. It's all just for Q. There might be a little bit of a translation error. I don't think it's called recovery time. But yeah, it's all for like secondary skill stuff. Which is not going to be very beneficial, but I'll take it still. Yeah, yep. Maybe I can do chicken nugget. Yeah, judgment. Oh my god, that gun? Increase total damage by 15%. Oh, this might be super duper strong though. But no. Give me more. Like, oh! Every 3 hits trigger 1 additional enhanced explosion with. Every 3 hits? How do you get 3 hits? Oh, like hit 3 enemies at once, I guess? I mean, Bone Dragon just explode once. So. I like Bone Dragon. Bone Dragon. Whoa. Huh? Wait, they changed Bone Dragon? Oh my god, they changed Bone Dragon. Yo! No one told me? Oh my god, that is stupid.
I need 2 Bontaken right now. I'll come back later. Bontaken is so strong. Oh no. Thank you, game. I love you. I mean, before I always thought like Bond Dragon to be like the supporting weapon that doesn't do too much damage in comparison with other like explosive weapons. Like the Mega Man hand is like super duper strong. Tiger Cannon with the right inscription could be really strong as well. But then Bond Dragon is like, oh yeah, I can suck them to the center of the bullet, and then we can explode more, right? But now Bond Dragon just explode every time. Oh no! Whoever thought this is a good idea, we better give them a raise. Oh my god. Recover 1% HP for 6 seconds after killing an enemy or destroying an item. Plenty of 1k points, now 149k to go. You got this. It's a lot of points, but hey, there's still a chance there. Although there are multiple people waiting for the 150k redeem now. But still, I'll try my best to finish up the current ones. Oh my god, this is so stupid. I love it. Arguably the best weapon in the game now. At least for dog, that is, right? At least for this Dogo character. Oh my god, it's Woe's treasure? Heck yeah! And get sucked. One additional enhanced explosion. Imagine if there's like 3 enemies that's getting sucked. Every single tick is going to do 2 explosions. I am playing Bone Dragon forever. Increase fun damage by 40%. Plus 30% times number of trigger conditions before casting. If breaking the Shadow Fate state. Enter Shadow Fate state. Who? What? Where? Guess I'll do hits. Fish using thermodynamics. Oh! Stable supply. Predator over. Oh my god! It's a new scroll. I'll come back later. Oh, there's pedal over there as well. Oh my god. I thought I got raided. Oh! Just got an AI spam call? Is it like they call you and then nothing happens? And then just like have a bit of a static and then they hang up the call? Oh, this one is good for Bone Tekken. And voice offering a job. Oh, that's an entirely different one. I never received that one before. And I'm glad I didn't. I don't want that. Next to do additional damage equaling your current weapon's damage up to 5 stacks of each power gem. Dash capacity after using dash plus 1 meteor can't released by power gem. Meteor up to 5 power gem. Oh, dang. Need bigger buckets? It's okay. As a snake, I'm just too big. Johnny? Snake in water? Water? Crystal shield stack? Each stack will block damage once and be immune to damage for 0.2 seconds after blocking? Doesn't sound as good. Refresh. Ooh, coin cow. Ooh, I like this one. I like this one. Let's play this one. Condition be hit, I think. 40 hits, right? Hết ra là team em 4 Tekken. Oh my god. Oh no. The game is helping me so much. But no Bone Tekken, no? Wait. Oh, it's here. Ooh, where did you shoot me from? Maybe this works? I think I got lucky. It's 5 a.m. I go EP. Okay, have a good EP night and game. And thanks for hanging around. Double the amount of ammo recovery grants you 20% chance not to consume ammo upon shooting. I mean, I'm not really struggling from not having ammo, but reloading is a huge pain. Yeah. I think... I'll find another dragon brave. Oh my god, it's another chip? Ah, all these, all these are so good. Early Elite Assassin is the way to go. Nina, hi! Gunfire Reborn, love this game? Heck yeah! Recently started playing this game again. It's been a long time. But hope you're doing good, Nina. I'm trying to like go through Lone Wolf 4 player, R9 and R10. I think it's very fun. I like it. And apparently they changed Bone Dragon. Now it's so fucking strong. Oh my god. Oh my god. Magic Magazine? Where the loading there say 30%. Oh, no. Oh, yeah. I think I'll reinstall and give it a go again on my own then. Heck yeah. I think it's fun, like coming back to this game once in a while. It's like heck yeah. What is that? One second, so he can get. Ooh. Ooh. So do I only get one bullet? Bond Dragon reign supreme. Oh, I already got this one. Oh, I want Lizard's friend. Oh wait, I have I forgot I have this one. When shooting with special ammo weapons, 400% plus 12% lucky shot chance for each extra ammo consumed in this shooting. But Lizard. I want Lizard. Lightning Enthusiast? Why not? Why not? made the White Tiger guy when I used to play. Oh yeah, all the lightning bolt stuff was a lot of fun. Heck yeah. White Tiger to me is too difficult because I need to aim with sniper and that's not my strongest suit. So I play, I main dog, I main fox, and I main, well, the bird, the green bird. Well, main, more like I play most of those characters. And Kitty for easy win, of course. What happened? My blow will last for 1 second? I was able to get White Tiger builds going without having the main. I haven't aimed much. Oh yeah, I think there's a build where it's just constant lightning strike around the White Tiger.
The Joe is hungry.
Oh,
Big reveal.
big reveal. Big reveal. The music is such a banger too. Oh wait, this game is custom cursor. Not the best choice, but I'll take it. I am so hungry. I had porridge this morning. It's not very fulfilling, but it tastes good. Which in turn makes me kind of hungry now as well. It didn't last for too long. I should probably play... I mean, this is Meteor Talisman and I'm not playing Meteor. Crazy. Gonna go play some Total Warhammer with one of my friends, so I'll just be lurking here. Have a good one. Okay, have fun with Warhammer. Thanks for the lurk. Appreciate lurk always. Devil Covenant? Money. Lucky chance 50%, lucky chance 20%? Oh, it's so good though. No, it's not. I need to convince myself, no, it's not. Oh no! Ah! Save some money, even though I have coin cow. I mean, keep dealing weapon damage. Oh no, okay. No, it's not too bad. I feel like that one. Get him! Get him! Ow. Ow. Oh, that hurt. Ow. When dual wielding, 10% lucky shot chance. 1 second upon triggering crit and a lucky shot simultaneously. Plus 100% ammo consumption is kind of scary. I'll take it. Although I do have ammo recovery, right? Yeah. Fix it 2. Upper limit is 4. I mean, this was a really good early game, but after the 3rd stage, this scroll becomes a liability. It's not bad if I get to enhance it. Consume ammo in the magazine until 1 ammo remains, plus 10% final damage on next shot for each ammo consumed. What? Weapon damage with 60% chance to critical? Trigger critical. 2 seconds. Effect will not be stacked with the same power gems repeatedly triggered. Ah. I like this one. Next, it will do additional damage equaling your current weapon's damage up to 5 stack of each power gem. It's not that good. Yeah, I feel like this one's really good. Being able to heal every time I've done the condition, it's like huge. Oh. Constitutional explosion punch. After hitting a player, this player and other players within 5 meters around them will receive 10% damage of the... What? I'll take it. Every 6 shot gain 80% damage. Consume 70%. After hitting player, consume 70% of player's magazine ammo. But I only have 2. My bond deck can have 2. Gain 1 stick of lightless shield every 10 seconds. Immediate damage and control for 1 second. The monster can only have up to 1 stick at any given time. Oh, this one sucks. I mean, it's good for me, but it's way too good for them as well. Coins reset when reloading. None of this is good. None of this is good. This is too good, but it's too good for the enemy as well. Fuck. When shield armor is 0, doubles the time when shield resets before charging. 50% movement speed and 35% damage is insane. Although it does double the time a shield resets though. Nah, fuck it. After hitting player randomly obtains 1 curse scroll effect for 5 seconds, but I have evil banishing talisman. This is free then, no? Hi Merp. Oh my god, eat Merp. I hope Merp is doing fantastic. I'm doing the pew pew after doing the model. Yeah, I mean this one might be free. Battle Scarred. Immediately obtain 3 random and enhanced scrolls, which can combine as spiritual link. Oh, I will drink first. But Battle Scarred is really good as well. I'll get this one. I need more survivability because I already died once. Let's go. Away. This one is really good. I have to change up the lizard. Fuck it. I'm sorry, lizard. I'll smooch you if I can. Random play? Accept 1 additional task and gain 2 task refresh chances. Complete the task target of a random rare task. Before completing 3 rooms, finish 3 times. Defeat assist in 3 enemies within 5 seconds. Doesn't sound too... Wait, it might be a little bit hard because they have lightless shield now. -1 the number of tasks provided by the next training master, and the max task quality is rare? Oh, that's fucked up! Before completing 3 rooms though. Rare is only blue, right? Oh, then, oh my god. Huge risk, though. I'll take it. Explosions for everyone! Nope. Oh my god, is that another Bontagon? I want double Bontagon. Even though this Mega Man hand is strong as fuck, but double Bontagon. I really need ammo recovery. % weapon and skill damage when there are more than 2 enemies within 10 meters. 50% damage if magazine is full. This one's pretty okay. And I get traditional tactic. Yeah. Double bomb like a moon. Consecutive kills assists 4 out of 5. Plus 100% total damage to enemies pulled into the gravity orb center. Cause an explosion that deals corrosion damage when killing an enemy. I guess I can play with this one, yeah. This one. No. Oh my god, don't touch me. There we go. Oh! My eyes itch. No, now eyes, come on. Work with me, dang it. Double bomb button. Hell yeah. Yeah, sorry, my eyelid. eyelid. Coin shot? Consuming 2 copper? No. Curiosity box? Gemba. Glaze sight? Lucky roulette? No. Even though that's the ultimate Gemba, but I don't like that. Hi, Metal. More couple. Increase the percent total damage if grenades or explosive weapons deal damage only one enemy. No. Gunfire Liao Yan. I finished the model already, and then next time I open Blender and do the unwrapping and coloring now. They changed Bone Dragon, now Bone Dragon is so strong. Double bumper! I will love sorry if Jade with sponges for sure in the fishing prompt. Oh. Imagine though. I thought there's something there. There's more quicksand trap. When picking up copper ammo, recover more HP or increase max HP by 1 for 10 seconds if HP is full. More survivability, I like. Mine. I'm not missing anything there, I think. Okay, good. Nah, I'll enter this one first. Oh no, why is it this one? I hate it, they're all like ranged. Oh my god. I was so locked in. But I actually did much progress with Gunfire Reborn this time around. Yeah, I only started playing about 2 days ago. Damage. I feel like I don't have enough damage. To be fair, there's never enough damage. That's for 10 seconds. Ooh. I won it. Corrosion Arcana. Convert non-attribute damage of primary and secondary skills to corrosive damage type. I'm not playing Elemental. Resume 40% weapon skill resources. I assume this means give me 40% bullet for my weapon. It is weapon recharge. Ooh, I'm stuck. Nice tune. I thought I was gonna die there when I got stuck once. My other bone dragon is too weak at this point. I need to find another bone dragon. But then again, it's not like I can just find them. Depends on if the game wants to give me or not. Monster will heal other monster around based on lost HP. Oh, it's immortal. Is that Kermit on drugs? Nice. Oh. Plus 1 stack each time the weapon is activated. Plus 1 weapon explosion when stack is full. I always find Dragon Breath so lacking. Like, is it even good? It's such a cool weapon though. I wanna go find Kermit on drugs. Enhanced casual gunsmanship. Oh, I have to abandon Dragon Breath already. There's still a 20% chance to inflict a crit if you don't hit weaknesses. Oh my god, yeah. Oh, that was short-lived. Maybe I'll give Dragon Breath a try on next run. Wow, that was scary. Oh. Hey, look, it's Jade holding sponges. My nose itch. Brick. Lizard friend. I'm playing 2 Bone Dragon, no? The explosion AoE for current weapon scales proportionally with remaining ammo in the magazine. Additional explosion count is equal to another weapon's AoE divided by the AoE of the current weapon, rounded down. 0.8 meters AoE minimum? Remaining ammo in the magazine. So only one. So 0.8 meters of explosion AoE plus. I guess that's alright. Oh boy. Nope. Whoa, what happened? Oh, someone is invisible behind me. Yeah. Unfortunate, I didn't check. No. I still minus 88 soul essence. I used too much soul essence. Oh my god. Unfortunate. I mean, I cannot even go through. I cannot even go through R9. How do I even go through R10? One more try. This could be my last run. I am feeling a little bit hungry now, since I only had porridge this morning. Sorry, afternoon. Dual wield cooldown plus 75% lucky shot chance. Weapon 1 and 2 share the highest weapon level while dual wielding. Oh! It's kind of a save money thing. I want it. So I can focus on one weapon. Only if that weapon's really good though. Meh. Dong. I mean, for an early gun, this one is pretty not bad. I didn't even shoot the weak point and it's still a one-shot kill. Oh. Storm Chaser. For each 1% movement speed bonus plus 1% lucky weapon lucky shot chance. Oh. I never used this weapon before. I'll give it a try. Whee! Dual wield doesn't... I don't feel the effect when I'm dual wielding. When you are charging a weapon or skill, charge strength, increase the fire damage of the charge skill shot. Oh wow, it's for Rainbow Arch. Casual gunsmanship. When you don't make a lucky shot. I'll take it. Maybe I should use Rainbow Arch, no? So you keep moving. Oh, firebird! Oh, firebird! Why do you guys have such small hands? Fire. I have to leave now. Have a nice rest of stream. Okay. Thank you, Chashu. Have a good day yourself too. Thanks for hanging around. Maybe I should just go bash insane with this thing. I should give it a try. Wee! Woo! What is that? Oh, wait. when I use this weapon, I need my Doom music. Doom to running from evil extended. I think it's this one. Oh hell yeah. I'm going in. Yeah. You don't stand a chance. Oh. Whoa. Wait, I can have two of those weapons. Field makers instantly after dashing and shooting one consume ammo for 2. Oh no. I mean, oh yeah. I can dual it with this, right? I just did. Yeah, I totally can. Oh my god. After killing an enemy or destroying an item. Let's get more of these. Here's something really cool. I guess Zero is pretty cool, no? It's literally my one classify as really cool. Yeah, true. It's not even a dragon. Oh, nice. Oh, we found it. Ready to eat shit? Yeah! Double chainsaw. Oh fuck. Okay, double chainsaw is really fun, but I cannot just go batshit insane like that. I couldn't even give up. Oh, I want to play I want to play the chainsaw. Nah, this one doesn't count. We're playing double chainsaw, alright? I want to make it work. No longer sabu. No. I'm not using special ammo weapons. I need chainsaw. AoE range. Enemies in fact inflicted get hit once again at 50% usual damage. I've never seen that before. To be fair, I never used a globe weapon before because it requires too much aim, which I don't have. Throw the weapon and create an explosion and consume all the ammo in the magazine. The more ammo remains in the magazine when thrown, the higher the damage is. Yeah. Oh, I don't have ammo anymore. Wee. Return ammo. I mean, I can try hard using this, I guess, but this one is gonna hurt my eye. Oh wait, it got buffed. It shows the hit now. Oh my god, it got buffed. Oh, wait, the bow is so good now, what the fuck? No banana, because I feel like this one might be my last run already. Reduce remaining talisman CD by 1 second per condition triggered, 2 seconds minimum. What? Weapon skill resources. I guess. Oh, oh wait, I can use that. I mean, I can even throw it, right? Oh, I can, okay. Oh my god. It gives a little bit of wall hack, no? I like this one because I still want to use double chainsaw. Biscuit eater, hi. Oh, it's so easy to do a crit hit now. I have a question about the game. Go ahead. I mean, I couldn't guarantee an answer though. Oi, oi, oi. The beetle is a problem. If I play Call of the Land, am I considered furry? I mean, furry or not furry, I feel like it's only... If you think you are, then you are. You can play whatever game you want. Playing a specific game doesn't necessarily make you a furry or make you a not furry. Essentially, it's like if you think you are one, then heck yeah. If you think you're not, then also heck yeah, right? Or if you would smash all the game. Ah, that one I don't know. Yeah. I didn't see that one. Wait, did it lock on? I'm pretty sure I whiffed that one. Shooting one consumed ammo for the next 2 seconds. I mean, it's good for the chainsaw, which I kinda want to go for. I'm playing a furry game and then joining a furry stream. I don't know, I don't like the odds. You know what, you're right, I'm a furry. You're being sus. Are you a furry? You might be. Oh no. Yeah, it definitely auto-targets a little bit. Just a little bit, no? Oh, now you give me the good stuff. Ayo. Ayo. What if a dog with no explosion run? Sounds like pain. gonna head up and spend time with partner now. Love you, Tira. Have a good time with partner. Thanks for hanging around. Oh, why did I always miss? Normal scroll or menu? Always money. I just remembered. Oh my god! I just remembered. You know what? This shit is killing me. Oh, isn't there going to be a lot of small enemies here? I'm a little bit afraid. Let's use this one. Whee! Oh! That worked out. Plus 1.5 Taliban's husband CD for each power gem inlaid. So it's gonna keep triggering? Dragon Oyam? Dragon Oyam? Accumulate spending 2000 copper to evolve into Dragon Qian. Gain or lose 31. Oh, condition! Oh, wait. I can have dragon? Hell yeah. Spending 2000 copper doesn't sound too hard, question mark? Is it hard though? Maybe this? Big Eater can pick up buttons when HP is full. Overflowing recovery provided by buttons will be converted into an equal amount of excess shield armor. 10% of shield armor per overflowing recovery. Oh, extra shield. This one is good if I'm using the chainsaw. Double chainsaw. I just need one more chainsaw. Oh. Weapon damage? Hit at least 40 times the next 100 shots. I'm pretty sure I can do that. One second. Projectiles plus 1? Ooh, I have to. I have to. Ooh. One scroll. And give money. Oh, my speed is so slow though. This might be a bit of a problem. I dash into it. Oh, oops, I forgot about that. Did you just charge backward and then charge towards me instead? Well, you shithead. Ah, fine. Clean, Chan. Oh. Heck yeah, look at Becky. Look at Brecky, oh my god. Very nice dragon. Wait, already. Oh. Chainsaw the dragon. Are you the dragon? Which one are you? Create a bullet chase. Create a bullet to chase the nearest enemy on crit? Every time? Reload 2 ammo at a time, 30% projectile, 20% lucky shot chance in 1 second after reloading. I never really used hell before. I feel like I'm so curious now. I kinda want to just like try out all the weapons possible. Nice! Inflict 1 extra lightning when hitting the enemy. Does it mean bounce one more time? Oh, I got the dragon Chien now. Plus 1% skill weapon damage for every 100 copper spent? Oh! It's like extravagant consumption, but better. Way better. Your next damage set will cost 0.5% of the current copper and increase the damage by 60 plus cost copper %. The effect will not be stacked if the same power gem is repeatedly triggered. Will cost copper. Nah. No, I want money. Coin cow? It's already here. I don't think it's a good idea to use chainsaw against Lu. Don't ask me why I tried to dodge it like that. Oh. Hiya, hiya. I'm so gonna die. and get chainsawed. That kind of worked out. Very scuffed though. Weapon skill consumes all magazine ammo and fires more mortar shells. Why is the game like this? Like, when I don't use the special ammo skill and they gave me like the best explosion weapon ever. Fine. Now that I have two Mega Man 10, definitely need the ammo reserve. Bye bye, Calcus. Thanks for hanging around. A weapon boost. Have a good day yourself, Calcus. I just started running. It's like every 3 seconds I get 80% move speed for 3 seconds. What? How do you even get that? Actually, I think I have enough damage for now. I want survivability. Crystal Shield is good. I never seen a legendary gem before. Oh, every 3 seconds. Oh my god. What the fuck? Comfort drop copper into arrow when defeated. Ew. 100% plus 100% dash cooldown time for the corresponding player for 2 seconds, so no dash allowed? The red petal after I killed first tiger. A fifth tiger had it. Dealing damage to the player will cause the player to lose 2% HP per second for 5 seconds. Can it be stacked? I dare? Oh? Many drink? Okay. Airbag is now rare only. Minus 4 HP. And again, excess damage when your shield armor gets fully broken. Release a random element attack. These are all bad. I'm not gonna take this. fish lunch because I forgot to go grocery shopping yesterday. Oh no. Marlin. That's an... You can eat that fish, right? Explosions for everyone. Oh my god, this game. I don't eat fish. That's unfortunate. Whoa. Oh no. What did they do? They were just jumping around and then I died. This run is just so... It's just super unfortunate, this one. No, I haven't given up on the double chainsaw. One last try. That one was kind of short. One last run. One last try. I still want chainsaw. I still want chainsaw. No. For each extra non-curse scroll, when having more than 20 non-curse scroll, minus 10% weapon and skill damage for every... Oh my god. Oh, this game, I swear to god. Where's the weapon master? Also, hi Kanai. There we go. Weapon skill breaks normal enemy shield and armor and deals damage. Any enemy will attach a bubble to them. Continuous hits will cause the bubble to expand until it explodes. Oh. Wheel saw. It's a shotgun, right? This one? Yeah. Reload is in melee. That burp in the cutscene is so cool. Heck yeah. That is one of the owl character that plays with occult scrolls, I think. Yeah. Hi Dan. I get a drink. Oh, Dan is doing it. Long range shotgun. Fish terror of the hour. Did I become a black red eye? Oh no. Oh no. When max HP decreases, guess I'll get that one. 50% chance to consume 12 ammo per shot? Is it the talisman that makes you use more bullet? Is there such a talisman? Ooh, what the hell? Oh my god, fuck this guys. Got 100% increased consumption of my mortar, and I got hidden reserves. 50% to consume double also. Oh. Oh my god, I actually could not aim push it. That was so bad. Oh my god. Oh, my PC's dying. Help. Oh shit. I did it. Oh, it's here. Hi. It's Lore Mancer. Ooh, don't know what that game is. Hopefully it was fun. Thank you, Seer, for the raid. Also, welcome in everyone. I hope Slowermancer is fun. Raid Shadow Legends? Oh no. Maybe now is a good time to try using this Dragon Breath. See if they change anything. Also, welcome in Raiders. Usually I'm a kobold, but today I'm a snake. I'm Stixia. I'm a snake. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I still love dragons to bits. I still love dragon bits. And I do art sometimes. Like just now. Welcome. Hope you are doing heckin' amazing on this Sunday. Obtain 1 arc stack for each ammo cost. Consume 100% of your current weapons magazine. So that's every shot? I think that's every shot, right? That would be kind of funny if that works. And Snowmancer was fun. Theorized a few interesting builds. Unfortunately, RNG hated me and didn't give me what I wanted, but made progress in endgame nonetheless. At least there's progress for endgame. But yeah, RNG can be a shithead, like my last run as well. But now I'm starving. Local kobolds beware, a dark is waddling over to you. I will be. As a kobold, I'll be excited. A dragon just slowly going towards a kobold. Oh my god. What happened? But yeah, hope you have good food, and thanks for the raid again. It's a little slow, but I guess it's not bad. Excited to explore Dirk Mall. Always, but no eating though. And kobold doesn't like that. At least my kobold doesn't. She likes to be in malls though. Oh, holy shit. And also, I think, yeah, that was every hit. should find another dragon breath. Like 2 dragon breaths should be good. Reduce remaining talisman CD by 1 per condition triggered. Taking notes. Get a curse scroll to a random occult curse scroll. Upgrade the scroll to enhance occult scroll. What scroll do I have? These two is not even that good actually. I'll just get one more. All enemies dead within 15 meters stroke 2 times the basic road. So it is. Oh, okay. Money. Assist 12 enemies without taking any damage for at least 3 seconds before completing 3 scenes. Heck yeah. Wait, what was the downside for the for that again? I don't remember. I didn't read. Every single ascension has given me Grenade Master. Why am I on fire? I missed it. It's not that worth it. Thank you. That took a while. Current rice cookie by the way when you prepare. As for how I make current rice cookie, I don't know. Do music while playing Gunfire, nice choice. Heck yeah, I know, right? Hi, Lex. Welcome, Lex. Hope Lex is doing heckin' good. Caramelized cookies are just heated up sugar cookies? Sounds like it, yeah. I feel like Rampage time it's so bad. Ooh. Oh, every 100 meters move up to 60 stacks, plus 10% movement speed when reaching 60 stacks. Permanently? No time limit? Oh my god, more elite? I mean, it's good for scrolls and weapons. I need another dragon breath. Any dragon breath? Any dragon wants to breath on me? Well, that is weird. And double dragon breath. Give for the cost scroll get 190. I mean, this one literally does nothing since I'll be using dragon breath. I'm keeping it just in case I can have like evil sword something. "40 seconds. Nice. Oh no. I missed it. Oh. Give me a second. I should pause. I love how when raiding, too many things happened. And then my PC dies. Celeste, oh my god, how was Baldur's Gate 3? I was there for a bit. Get raided, nerd? Oh my goodness. It was fun, heck yeah. Baldur's Gate 3 is fun. But it makes my PC explode. I like it a lot, heck yeah. Baldur's Gate 3 is amazing, I'm not gonna lie. It is pretty good. I'm glad you had fun. Also, hi V's with too many E's. Yeah, welcome. Baldur's Gate. Also, welcome in everyone. Usually I'm a kobold, but today I'm a snek. So, hi everyone. I'm a snake. I'm Stixia. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I still love dragons to bits. I still love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes, like just now. Oh, I should show. You know what? I'm gonna show it. I didn't even close ZBrush. How am I playing Gunfire Reborn? I didn't close this one. Oh my god. Hi again, Brecky. I gotta go be streaming for 12 hours into a headache. Oh yeah, have good rest, Celeste, have good rest. 12 hours is a lot. And thanks for the raid, Celeste. I rest well, I get some drink, get some food and stuff. Thank you. Also yeah, I kind of finished the model today. I'm on the road to the legendaries, yeah. Get tricked. So yeah, this is the model I did. Very nice. I'm gonna save again, 69. And I also got a dragon cursor now. How do I show my dragon cursor? See, I got dragon hen. Dragon hands for the cursor. And then a dragon comes out when I choose something. Very, very nice. I like it. No ammo. And yeah, I finished that just now, and then now I'm playing a little bit of Gunfire Reborn. And I figure why not just listen to Doom music while I play Gunfire? I think it's fitting. And also help after a successful enhancement, 100% chance to destroy it. For each non-enhanced and non-cursed occult scroll in the backpack, minus 10% chance to destroy it up to 90%. After each successful enhancement, and if it is not destroyed, plus 20% chance to destroy it. So, a game of chance, right? I need 9 scrolls? Oh, once. Oh. Let me see if my house dot one. Oh, that was such a nice experience, not gonna lie. It goes so deep too, it's so cool. Many books, oh my god. Patcher Snail, hi. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Very crazy good mod. Yeah, and I'm glad that's like my first exposure to Doom 2 as well. Or to Doom in general. It's my house.wad. I'll take it. And fish biggest tier. No way. Two oh-nos in a row? Look, it's the... it's the fishing fault, not me. I didn't do it. Fishing game is throwing Narix. Yeah. Lizard. Fire streak on it. No. Does this work for... No, right? I mean, I would not get minus reload time, but I'll get plus 30% weapon damage. I'm pretty sure. Oh. Enjoy Dasani. Affecting an enemy or destroying. Yeah, I'll get this one then. Oh no! Strategic advantage has been enhanced. Oh yeah, I forgot. And rail fire for 3 seconds after using dash. Well, too bad I'm using dragon breath. Yeah. Wait, I can get so much money? Every shop will give me 4 copper. Uber Eats order instead. Pet the snake combo. Oh my god, I've been pet. Oh, give me a second. Real quick.
Ay.
Okay, I'm back. So every shot is going to be 160% lucky shot chance. I mean, I think that's pretty good. I think that's pretty good. Yup. Yeah. Plus 15% damage dealt for each curse score carried by the attacked player. Ooh, wait, that's a little bit scary though. On the first hit against player before taking damage from players. And minus 10% movement speed for 10 seconds. Minus 10% movement speed is crazy. But this is gonna be so good for my Dragon Breath though. I'm taking it. Broken Gun, 15% chance to Cosmo. Oh no! Well, they do too, so... Fuck it. In all 3 scores in the trade chest at once, the god score obtained cannot be discarded. After the selection opportunities are exhausted, greedy choice will automatically be destroyed. Wasting secondary skill, after being defeated by a player, plus 50% skill damage on the player for 3 seconds. I'll just get Misfortune Aura, why not? Dragon Breath is no weapon skill, no? Weapon damage for every 1 HP restored / lost. The bonus is affected by max HP and will not go below. Sure. Oh my god. That was a little scary. I got money. Oh my god. Help, the restaurant app is broken. Anything edible and not fishy? Oh no. I think that's very fishy though. Undivided attention. Every 3 seconds without using primary or secondary skills plus 30% weapon damage up to 3 stacks. Every 3 seconds without firing plus 30% skill damage up to 3. Oh. Sure. It's like a one-shot, one-kill weapon. First shot after each 10 seconds will do crit damage after 10 stacks. This is huge though, since I shoot very slow. Yeah. Oh, the dragon weapon is so cool though. You know, I'm secretly hoping Gunfire Reborn might add a button to inspect weapon. I think that would be cute. Imagine all the interactions that they can add though. It is tons of work, to be honest, to add that. But it would be nice if they do it. I like it. I would love it a lot. Imagine interacting with a justice. What? No bullet drop? Actual no bullet drop. When the remaining ammo in the magazine is 30% now equal to 1. Yep. Time for jump jump jump. Oh, I haven't seen this one in a while. Oh, I got stuck. Unfortunate. Dash cooldown. Curse away. Auto destroys after being discarded. Can select 2 curse scrolls to be ineffective? Oh. Yo. I mean, I don't have evil banishing talisman, so 2. I mean, this is definitely the one. Losing 1 additional ammo in magazine for each shot. I mean, that doesn't. These 2 doesn't do anything. Only this one is like the worst right now. I have to get this one. Auto destroys after being discarded. Yeah. Ineffective. Fish for Kobo snake glasses. Use my fish hook. Eh. What? Don't. My glasses. Oh. I guess you get Kobold instead. Buy one get one free, Tira. Hey, hi Scooby. I'll just take it. Did you try to snipe me over there? Oh, I messed up. The tiniest kobold? And fish with glasses got whole kobold instead? 2 of them even. Also, hope you're doing good, Scooby. Like and breath. Oh my god. Where did I go? Oh.
Hello and welcome.
Oh, Jonas, thank you. I should probably turn. I should probably change the follow notification. I keep forgetting about that. Fish the bracky. Get the cut scroll, turn random enhance or count scroll. I want to see which I can upgrade.
Hello and welcome.
Oh, Peter Snail, thank you. I honestly thought you already followed. Wisdom destroyed. It already has 80% now, right? Oh, does it reset? If this resets, this is crazy though. I'm gonna try. See the snek. Oh yeah, I didn't change that. I mean, usually I'm a kobold. Uh-oh. Oh my god, enemies, I can't even see them. Yeah, this one's pretty good. Can I have this but stronger one? The coin cow is so good. Look at the money that I have. I think I already have coin cow. Yeah, a rare one. Lucky bullets like crazy. I think if you keep buying the upgrade, I'm buying them. Yeah. Yep. So this thing speaks in Kobo language where yip yips. I do speak a little bit. I yip, but I don't know what I'm saying. Hi, Roxas. My purple became legendary. Maybe you need like 3, 4? Would be my guess. I thought they're gonna jump down. Why'd you shoot on your own?
Intero TV.
I don't care what you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better eat for me for the next 2 minutes.
Oh my god, why is it so difficult? Huh? Is my mic off? I don't think so. Yeah. I was locked in. The rock hard determination. Rampage time? Plus 5 duration for each completed scene. Oh. So it will last longer and longer and longer? Or am I misunderstanding something? It becomes 45 and then becomes 50, becomes 55 after each scene? Or it's just like 40 and then complete a scene plus 5 seconds? Because if that's the case, that's useless as shit. Oh. Wide combo? Hey, I guess a white kobo is kind of a dragon, no? Snake sounds like a chickmunk. I inhaled the helium.
Why is it him? Nice. Ooh. Gain energy during weapon skill. Consumption rate increases over time. I like dragon, but I need to use dragon breath. I need to find another dragon breath that's better than what I currently have. Noodle Bracky. Bracky Fluffy Kobold? Uh-oh. Almost seat. Oh my god, I thought I was schizo. If grenades are 3 enemies or few, I mean, yeah, I'm gonna do a boss fight, that's gonna help a lot. Break the ice, sure. Third time unlucky, extra surprise. Ah. That is still a problem that I don't know what I got. With continuous firing. Well, not firing. Yeah, I cannot use that. More damage. Dragon. No dragon breath? No dragon breath, unfortunate. I think this one is the rope jump, yeah. I think I remember how to do this. I cheesed. I have too much speed. The fewer bullets remaining in the magazine, the higher the weapon damage. Up to 75%. Wow. This one is pretty good. I need that one for survivability. Snek. Explosive magazine. Reloading deals current weapon damage to enemies within 8 meters radius. Every 0.5 seconds spent reloading. That doesn't count. Oh no. I have a little speed. I might be able to do this. Nice. Nice. Let's change this one. Maybe give me one more. One more dragon breath. No. I think I have Weapon Master, right? Weapon Genius here. Weapon 1 and 2 share the highest weapon with. Yep. Very nice. Okay. Money. It's getting pretty late. I think after third stage, I'll just go get dinner. I honestly didn't expect the Dragon Breath run is going to go that far. Oh. Yeah. Well, now it's definitely not going to last long. Actually, see what Dawn Wielding. Dawn Wield ends. Not that good. This one could. Oh, these are rare ones. No, mine is Arc. Yeah, this one. Arc. Cars to 9. I will drink. Thank you. A fish breakfast? I crave dinner. I also don't want to just end the run here though. Hmm. Oh, we just upgrade this one. Fair enough. Weapon upgrades cost much more. After being defeated by a player, there's a 10% chance to gain 1 stack for this player. Consume 1 stack to gain 1 extra level when upgrading the weapon. That's so good! 20% chance to drop double amount of coppers? Yeah. No ammo drop upon defeat? Oh no. Secondary skill can still be used. Minus 70% attack interval? Weapon skill damage on non-crit. I'm doing crit with the wait for good. Hi Zuri. You're welcome. I'll take it. Just taking all the curse scrolls. Oh no. I cannot get any of these. What? It's so bad. One second every time any grenade deals damage. Only explosive grenades. God damn it. So we're going for a curse run? No, I just like to get all the curse scrolls possible. That quick? Woo! Oh my god! Holy goddamn. I don't need to sell them actually. They auto sell, but they sell for lesser value. What if Snek used cursed model when doing a cursed run? A cursed cobalt model? The double curse. Because I need to change this one, I should be upgrading this one. I should be upgrading this one. Interesting strategy. Maybe it's kind of funny, but I feel like playing Counter-Strike helps a little bit. It gave me the knowledge of hiding behind walls and angles. Why'd you shoot on your own? Oh, unfortunate. Oh, it does a lot of damage, but it just it shoots way too slow. The third spiritual blessing is an absolute tragedy though. I lost 820. Oh my god. No. My soul. Trigger conditions 1,000 times for the talisman cooldown. I did that? Oh. No? I got 500 back. Oh, I got snek though. I mean, snek is cool, but oh. Oh. Long press pink button in game to access. Oh, they have more slots now? I like this one. Oh, I missed this one. Can I buy them back? Isn't there like a place where I can buy the previous things, or or did I forget? Oh yeah, there it is. Whoa, snowy plum. I mean, I got pretty much most of the things. Only missed a few. Maybe I played the game. Maybe I played this game way too much. Maybe not. I wouldn't say I play way too much. Probably not. How many hours? 500. 481 is pretty okay, I think. It's not that much. Might be a little bit more than Counter-Strike, I think. Yeah, more than Counter-Strike. Look, it's Gunfire Reborn. It's nice. Okay. Today, we did actually finish the model. Now, tomorrow I'm going to be moving on to Blender to do some UV unwrapping, and then if possible I'll do some coloring as well. Coloring, texturing. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna back to this one. Oh. And back to Pokemon. The threshold for playing the game too much is 1,000 hours. So my Monster Hunter is over 1,000 hours. I guess I do play that game way too much. Monster Hunter World has World 1327 hours. So I guess I only played this game too much. The rest maybe not as much. But I think my second most played is actually Ark Survival. Yeah, close to 1,000. You'll be surprised how much I love this game, honestly. With all the mods that I can play with, it's like, yeah, it's really fun. The only downside for this game is that the game's way too big. Way too big. So, bleh. Nice game, but then the game is way too big. I couldn't even imagine, right? They have Ark Survival Ascended, right? Essentially is kind of a same game with more updated things, I think. I cannot imagine how big that game is going to be. No? If the first game is going to be 178 gigabytes. Can we check that? Can I check that? $215 ringgit. Holy shit. They should have like storage space, something like that, right? System requirements. 70 gigabytes available space. Only 70? There's no way. Real? If so, that's a huge fucking improvement then. It's way better than 177 gigabytes. I mean, they did say minimum 70 gigabytes needed, so I don't know. That might be just for just a launcher. A launcher that takes 70 gigabytes is crazy. But I wouldn't put it past them. It's Ark Survival. I'm checking the dragon tag again, and I'm always disappointed when I check that. Ugh. There's just way too many anime girls, and oh my god. There's no dragon going on? It's... oh wait, there is one. Oh, they're using the Zephy dragon base. They're playing Stick Fight the game? Fish the third bracket. streams in German and English. Hmm. You know, every time I go to a different channel, go to different people's channel, right? And then those who puts this setup in their about me list, which is not a bad thing, right? It's definitely a good thing, right? But I cannot help but realize that people who put their setup in the about me section, it's always like a beefy PC. It's like, oh. I don't want to put my 1070 GTX 1070 into the. Look, the GTX 1070 is good, okay? It's enough. I can do my things with it. It can handle almost 2 million polygons in ZBrush. That's almost a miracle, I'm telling you. Look, I opened up ZBrush, and then playing Gunfire Reborn, and it still works. I'm telling you. GTX 1070 is... I can fight with this thing for 10 more years. Maybe not, I don't know. Technology advances way too fast, I feel like. Fish real dragon or anime grill? Yeah, exactly. Fish dragon. Why dragon though? Oh, Sengu and Andy? That's a dragon. Why do I feel like I've seen this dragon before? They're playing Papers, Please. From Norway? Wow! I do wish more Dragon streamers use a Dragon tag though. Yeah. I mean, I'm a kobold. I use Dragon tag. I'm a snake currently, but I still use a Dragon tag because I want to know more dragons. I want dragon. Like, come on, dragon good. Longest snek. Oh, it's almost 8 PM. Jeez. I want to listen to this dragon for a bit.
Okay.
Oh? Why not? Why did they sound like Nexus? Oh wait, let's listen again. Oh yeah, this is a dragon though. Look at that! Cute.
This one, and then this one, and then this one.
It
Yes,
could-
okay, everything seems to be in order.
Oh okay, yeah, no. At first it sounds like Nexus, but when they up their voice, no. It could be the accent. Did you know that I really like Nexus's accent? I love looking at Nexus's stream. Nexus in disguise. Your stream is dragon topic-tastic though? Hell yeah, we like dragon. I will always simp on dragon. On durian dragon? German accent to be fun, right? They're from... He's from Norway. Yeah, Norway. Is Norway close to German? My brain dum-dum, I have no idea. Norwegian? They're snakke norsk. Jeg liker a snakke norsk. Norse a bit north? Ah. Snakke. I like snakke. Is that snack? I like snack. Oh my god. We could right into Sanguine. If you go north from Germany, you get Denmark and then Norway. Oh, so not too far apart. I guess it kind of makes sense that they do have similar accent, I think. I do find their accent very appealing. That's me personally, right? I flew to Norway last summer. Ooh. Is Norway cold since it's more at the north? But yeah, honestly, I feel like that's a... I think they have a cute accent. Not gonna lie. Is that weird? I hope that's not weird, no. Since I never like interacted with them ever. They were talking about heat wave when they got 23 Celsius. Wow, there's a cold wave. It's an air conditioning room. I mean, my room is currently 23 Celsius. So I put my air conditioner to be in 23 Celsius. It's nice. I think 23 is like a good middle ground. They were talking about how hot it was, and I pulled out my phone and showed them that it was 34 Celsius at home. Oh no! Hey, it the cryptid. I like dragon. Dinner time. Take care, everyone. I'm gonna go dinner as well. Have good dinner, Zuri. Okay, let me plug my things real quick. I have a coffee. I almost typed donut join. Donut join. And there, look, it's my coffee link. There's a monthly subscription thing if you want. It helps a lot. Only help if you can though. And also I gotta summon... Hey Bernie. Bernie, come here.
I'm once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks Bernie, that was quick. But they also get minus 40 Celsius during winter, so it's understandable. Oh my god, I'll freeze to death. How can anyone survive in that weather? Oh my god. The 16 is cold as fuck for me. Like I'm shivering thinking about 16. There's a place called Genting Highlands in West Malaysia. So Highlands, it's going to be a little bit more cold than the usual weather than we have here, right? But these days, or like these years, it's not going to be... Yeah, it's not even that cold anymore. Like up there, the coldest you get is like 25. Yeah, Highlands, you get 25. It's like, right? Because there's too many things there. And eventually it just gets not cold anymore. But then many years ago, I think it was about 10 years ago that I go to Genting Highlands with family. It was 11. I remember it so clearly. It was 11 Celsius. We had to wear like... I'm wearing a shirt, I wear a jacket, and I wear another jacket. It's so fucking cold. 16 Celsius is very nice though. I feel like it might be a little bit too cold for me. If it's like 16 Celsius. The coldest I experienced here was about minus 23. You really gotta be prepared for that. Yeah, I mean... If 16 I'm shivering, 1 or like single digit, I might just freeze in place and kind of move. Fish winter. 16 Celsius is why I start wearing short pants. Hey yo. 16 wearing short pants is too cold for me. I have to wear like long sleeves and long pants. At least. Yeah. Pretty cold. Pretty cold. 16 to 20 is god tier temperature. What if I bring my suit there? Like if I bring my first suit there and then just like suit up, I feel like my suit would just get frozen. No? Wait, no, it doesn't have moist on it, so it's not gonna freeze. I think. Oh, imagine suiting in a 16 Celsius environment. I think that's going to be so comfy. Fish moist. Right, I also have a Discord channel. There's a Dragon Simping Corner if you like, right? I will announce my stream stuff over there, yeah? If there's like no stream, something like that, anything stream related, I will announce over there firsthand, and nowhere else actually. I only announce my stream stuff on Discord. Oh, wow! Might be a bad idea, but maybe I should promote a little bit more, right? To put myself out there. Should I post my Twitch links to Blue Sky? Nah, no, I don't think I want to do that. I could post clips though. Yeah, I could promote my content and just like post some clips on the Yo, I didn't think about that. I could do that, I think. Family size pizza. Ooh. Pizza good. And also, I will definitely try my best to... I will try my best to get back into stream at 12 PM again. Right, today I got a little bit earlier, which is honestly really nice, right? I will try to get as close to 12 PM as possible, and not at 1 PM. I don't want to be 1 hour late every time. I feel so terrible. Yeah, I'll try my best to get back on time. Yeah. Fish cobalt egg. How do you get a cobalt egg? Wait, you didn't get the egg. Unless this is Brekkie eggy? Oh. Gino's maze? I don't get to hear. We don't get to hear the full music though. Maybe I should. You know what? We should listen to it once. I think it's here. I think it's this one. Okay, let's listen to it together. Fishhole Gino song. Here we go. Oh, it's so loud. Okay, there we go. In the face, then I find out I'm stuck in Gino's maze. Super Mario RPG, it is the only one just for me. When I play the game, I get lost in the phase. Then I find out I'm stuck in Gino's maze. Give me frog coins, give me ice bombs, give me frog coins, give me CR, give me star wreck, give me cookies, give me lamblur. I want everything I need. I must play this more and more. I need to get those damn frog coins to pay off all my credit frauds. There are many secrets in the game, many of which drive some peeps insane. When we try to cheat in a really good game, just sounds like crap and it makes you look lame. Exiting the forest is super simple. All you do is follow these patterns for the rest of your gaming life. Follow Gino through here. Follow Gino through here. I'm a gaming god. I'm a gaming god. It's so... oh my god, the music is such a banger. I don't know what they're singing at all. I had zero clue. It's such a banger. It's so good. Yeah. I also... here's the radar message. And yeah. The radar message. We're gonna raid into Sanguine MD. A new dragon that I never seen before. From Norway. So, yeah. That's the right message. And let me type in the rate to the dragon. I think that's it. I should... No, I shouldn't. Yeah, I should. Yep, I did it. Okay. I type in the raid. I'm gonna go get myself some food now. So, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love y'all so much. And also know that you guys are all heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Snake loves y'all, right? Here comes the raid to send you an ND. Hey. We're raiding to someone new, be nice. Well, it's not like someone new, but it's more like someone we haven't raided before. No, you? No, you cannot cheat like that. You cheat. Cheater. Cheating. I kind of feel like a yellow dragon is kind of rare, no? That Gino song reminded me of this animation I saw a long time ago. Oh, there's an animation for it. You could send it to Discord or Telegram. Both, anything works. Kinda curious on what it is. So I send you. Okay. Tomorrow I will maybe do. I want to do UV unwrapping. Oh, I hate UV unwrapping though. Hi Zeus, bye Zeus. Take care everyone. Like Snake loves y'all. Take care. Mwah. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye. Take care. Thanks for being here. Orange spine. What fish again? Okay.